Hey, Mrs. Zot. Reclaiming your title. How you doing, Mrs. Zotz? Hi, Puffles. Hi, Donna. Hi, Redhead. How are you, Redhead? How's everybody doing? The chicken crossed the road to say hi tonight. Hi, Smorf. Hope everybody's doing well. I totally 100% got enough sleep last night. Kappa. Hi, Miro. How are you, friend? Before anybody gives me a hard time about it, I'm just gonna say the 24 hours preceding my gaming session and staying up a bit later than I probably ought to have last night was very much needed, and I got lots of laughs in because everybody was trolling the heck out of me with the fart redeems, and it was really funny and fun, and I would do it again because dude the fart I had a heck of a day or night before last, and I needed that. I needed it. Yep. Oh, it helps if I thought I clicked mix it up to open it. I thought mix it up was already running. Yep. So basically last night towards the end of stream, there were some redeems, including like the farting Pokemon theme, and everybody did a bunch of that, a bunch of rootin' tootin' like while it was playing, but then like there was also people redeeming random sound, as like there was just non-stop sound alerts for a solid 10 minutes, and it was beautiful and also complete chaos, and it probably maybe might have hurt some people's brains, but you know. Oh, wait, I need to put, so here. I need to put Fred and Fred with at Chimera's QC 223. Wait, what time? 7:30 p.m. 223. Oh, Saturday. That's a Saturday, right? Wait, no, that's a Friday. Yeah. Oh no. Wait a second. What did I do? How did I get the Saturday there? What in the world? I beat you. I beat you to something, Nero. I beat you. Do you know what today actually is, Mrs. Zatz? Today is my middle child's birthday. Breakup day, oh no! I shouldn't laugh at that. I should not laugh at that. Mrs. Zatz. Hi, Robot Wizard. Woo, fellow middle child. Google it. Oh no, I think I already get it, you know. It's that's cold-hearted though. Cold-hearted, I tell you. How you doing, Robot Wizard? Welcome in. All right. So yes, my desk is a mess. Whatever. We got a package full of I'm so bummed about this. Hi everybody. I'm bummed. We got a package full of stuff from Starlight, but this showed up broken. The Mario stash whistle showed up broken. So I don't know. I don't know where they got these from. What are you barking at? Why are you standing at the top of the stairs and barking at me? Oh, the whistle. He doesn't like this thing. And they sent me some Princess Peach Pez. And this blank D6 that comes conveniently with your shepherd just said hello to the doggo. Right? Like we could write spicy bean boozled. Sing the Mario Bros theme song. You know, like we could put whatever we want on here, right? And we'll be able to just like do a donation amount for you to roll, for me to have to roll the dice, which is kind of cool. Cute idea. I like it. And then you can just erase it, so you can change it. I could already hear Ian telling me I need to put black licorice on there. Yeah. Peaches, 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 peaches. I should put music on. I do have the birthday boy home with me. He's still not feeling so hot. And it's his birthday. So I was like, you know what? You could play hooky from school today. Am I the coolest mom ever? I think I might be the coolest mom ever. I mean, my mom was awesome, but I wouldn't have called her cool. I don't know. That's not true. My mom was very, you know what was great about being a kid in my mom's house was she was very trusting. I just need a certificate. Yeah. Should I make myself a hat? A knitted hat that says cool, cool mom. I think that automatically disqualifies you. I think you're not allowed to call yourself a cool mom. Anyway. Also, if you weren't here yesterday, this is very cool. I gotta figure out where I'm gonna hang it up. It's already collecting pet hair. Good. My monster from Brackwack, I don't want it to fall over or fall off. Isn't that cool? I'm not a regular mom. I'm a cool mom. Yeah, isn't that cool, you guys? Thank you. Thank you so much. I would never in a million years have gone out of my way to order something like this for myself. But now that it's here, I'm like, that's pretty cool. I know already about the water, except for I don't have any down here. Look, that will just have to do for now. Oh, redhead. Look, you know what? I'm taking applications. No. It's very cool. I'm not going to leave it right there, but I just thought you guys might want to see it. And it is fun. I think it needs to go either right there. I don't know. This whole room, I need things. I need things. It would be so nice if this room was, closed off. Chicky Monkey, they're doing a bit better. Finny was still not feeling so great this morning, and his ears were plugged up and stuff, and it's his birthday today. So I was like, I'm not gonna make you go to school not feeling good on your birthday. You can stay home if you want. But Henry was just fine all day yesterday. Really, he probably could have gone to school yesterday. But everybody was symptomatic, and Ramona was yarfing. So I'm like, well, let's wait it out and make sure nobody else is gonna start yarfing. And she was yarf free for 24 hours. So I packed her off to school today because she was fine. She was full of energy yesterday, bouncing off the walls. In fact, she got over it so fast. I mean, you don't send them back until they have stopped having a fever. If they're not symptomatic for 24 hours, yarf free is the way to be. Poor baby. It was so bad. She's one of those kids, though, she's one of those kids that just gets so sick. She's like my sister, so sick, so fast, but also over it like that. And I'm like, I would rather be that way almost. It was intense. It was very intense for 8 hours. And then that was it. Once she stopped throwing up, she was fine. Literally it never happened. Yesterday, a couple of times I asked her how she was feeling, and she was like, and I'm like, yeah, but you're not acting like you're sick at all. She was running around like crazy. So I'm glad. I'm very happy. I mean, because I don't want them to be ill, obviously. But I would rather they're over it quickly and it be kind of intense for 8 to 12 hours than it goes on and the poor things are just suffering, So I need to get this off of these needles. I want to finish what I was doing before I start another blank. You'd gotten really sick a few months ago, had really bad stomach bug and COVID at the same time. Oh God. Well, I mean, redhead, I guess apparently for some people, COVID can have more like depends on the variant, I guess. There can be more like gastro side effects and stuff. Riot, if the bot isn't working, oh no, is it trying to update? Hold on. Oh no, Anka, I'm so sorry. This is we rated Idiosin Anka, whose name is Bianca. So Anka, we rated Idiosin Anka yesterday, who then rated into Kim for the day for the Black History Month read train, and I feel that so hard. I did 25 years worth of restaurant work, more than that actually, but 25 years of waiting tables. So you just hang in there. Hang in there. I'm sorry. It's the worst sometimes. But you know what, though? You do also get the people who are really awesome. At least waiting tables I did. I don't know what kind of work you do, but I had people who would just really make up for like the bad ones. Still, it's like, do we have to do it like this? You know, why can't we just make it? Why can't it just be easy? You would like to clock out. Your mental exhaustion hit an all-time low today. And it's Linux stuff. Well, you know what? You can lurk in here and hopefully it will help pass the time. Like I jokingly say that what I do for a living is I'm just people's like morning drive time. And I just talk and we goof off and y'all get to like hang out and we just do what we do, and hopefully it helps the time pass a little more quickly for you. But it was such a pleasure to meet you yesterday, and everybody, please, could we have a fancy shout out for Anka? Please give Anka a follow. Gaming, but also cosplay. So we were talking, see, like, this is the cool thing. I really want more gaming streamers to show off their creative side more. Oh, good. I'm glad. Hey, look, you know what? I've been there. I used to sneak into the office during my table waiting shifts, my restaurant shifts. I used to sneak into the office. I sure hope my old boss isn't watching right now. I used to sneak into the office and be like surreptitiously watching a stream. I would almost always in the office have my phone plugged in with a Twitch stream pulled up with the sound turned all the way down, and then my screen just conveniently not visible. So I'm like totally using the work Wi-Fi and power to lurk a friend. Little mobile lurky lurk. And I would also be watching Twitch streamers while I was doing my cash out and stuff like that. But yeah, any kind of customer facing, customer service, or, you know, even if it's like dealing with requests from other like coworkers and stuff, if you're like responsible for like receiving and processing like requests and things like that. You know, I know IT can be tough that way too, because people will ask you for things that are impossible, and they don't understand why what they're asking you for is completely ridiculous, because they don't understand. You're the one who understands how to do things, and they're like, hey, you could just do this, right? And you're like, yeah, sure. Or it's something they could easily do themselves if they would just take the time to learn and stop bugging you with it. If they would just pull on their big kid panties, you know? Come on, pull on those big kid undies. You can do this. It's not that hard. Hey, did you try turning it off and back on again? Did you check to make sure all the power cables are correctly? Sorry, what? Talking about being a teacher? I know. There's a lot of ways in which there's a lot of times that this can apply. Exert 1% of effort and all would be fine. I know. It just blows my mind. I would work with some people where I would turn around and they were doing the thing I was thinking about doing next for me, because they were that good of a coworker and they could anticipate. And they didn't have to be shown 16 times how to do the same thing. And then there would be other people where it just didn't matter how long I worked with them. They just never got it. Or they chose not to, probably. More likely, unfortunately. I don't like to assume that about people, but it is the case sometimes. But you got this. You're going to get through it. You're going to get through it. And then hopefully you'll have some nice time to relax. The world may never know. It's a mystery. You know? And then you can relax and recharge and go do something fun, play some games, or even just sit and watch a garbage TV show. Like, we need that sometimes. That's why I got on and played Fort last night. I was just like, you know what? I have a million other things to do. I need some just like pew pew. I need pew pews. Because that's what I used to do after restaurant work for like, I need to just get rid of this extra mental energy that's like keeping me awake. Brain candy for the win. Yeah, exactly. Which bot were you talking about, Miro? Were you talking about Stream Elements? Is Stream Elements? You'll go blow off steam on Tekken after work, probably. There you go. We're talking about Stream Elements? Is Stream Elements not working? I'm not picking on you, Anka, I promise. What, ooh, was it a, hold on. It's because the overlay, Mix It Up does not like me and wants me to refresh the overlays manually every time I start stream. I got it. GIFBot. GIFBot crashed. That's what you're trying to do. Are you just making sure that if Impact shows up that Riot is working? I am not working on the life-size Gengar right now. Gosh darn you, I didn't mean to hit that. Oh, yay! Oh, that is so sweet. Man, I'm telling you, the ASM artists, y'all, please do not slag on ASM artists in front of me. If you don't like the people who do the like heavy, you know, mouth sounds and the licking and all that, I understand. It's okay. And even if the whispering drives you nuts and you don't like it, it's fine. They are such great customers and they leave the best feedback and they are so sweet and they're like just incredible as clientele. Let me tell you. I'm like, I have goosebumps because this person got their mic cover and immediately turned around and wrote a glowing review on Etsy. Like every time, almost every time they take time out of their day to go and leave a lovely review. Like they don't have to do that. They can just make the purchase and that's supporting me and it's amazing and it's more than enough. I'm telling you, every single time, almost every single time they go in and they leave a 5-star review with pictures and why they loved it. They're ideal customers. They're so amazing. I wish everybody could have customers like this. It has been overwhelmingly positive experience selling those. I'm telling you, that's the only reason I reopened my Etsy shop because that's where they find me. Etsy has a very powerful SEO. A blank. So they call it a blank because you're not knitting it to actually like use the fabric and keep it that way. So basically what Ms. Jinx asked me to do, it would be very difficult You can certainly hand paint skeins of yarn in a way, like, you know, because you can like drop the dye in different spots of the hank. So once you've undone a twisted hank of yarn, or skein, however you want to refer to it, you know, you just have this like this. You can't see it. I'm all over the place. More coffee, please. See how this is on here, like in this giant, you know, circle, right? So it's just wound around in one big loop. I am knitting it into a panel, and these are sometimes a flat panel that's just back and forth. Other times, I think there are people who do them in the shape of a sock. This one I'm doing it a giant tube just because it's easier than, I haven't tried doing back and forth knitting on a knitting machine. So a blank just means then you have this like flat canvas-like surface, and you can really specifically sort of drop the dye in various places. Ms. Jinx and Mirror Mask both bid on yarn dyeing commissions from me in our 12 days campaign. Right? We had an auction, and the first one was like, it was heated. People were bidding and bidding and bidding. So I was like, you know what? Obviously, there's enough interest in this. I'll offer another one. And I also said, like, hey, if the bidding reaches a certain amount, the number of skeins increases from 2 to 4. So I think it was like $100. If they bid $100 or more, if the winning bid was 100 or more, I would do 4 skeins instead of 2. And 2 people did it. 2 people ended up bidding to the point where, actually, I think basically the bidding didn't go that far with the second one. But then Mirror, in her infinite generosity to the kids, said, what if I just make another donation in the amount that would make up, like, who are these people? Who are these people? Where do I find people like this? I don't understand. Right. So I may send it just as is, if that's what Ms. Jinx wants, so that she can look at it in person, dyed like that. Or if she wants me to, I will frog it. And I think you might need to do like a little bit of relaxing, like dampening it after frogging it. And then rewind it into another skein. Just put it right back onto this thing in a big loop, a big circle, and then twist it. So whatever she wants, whichever way she wants me to send it to her, I really don't mind. Doesn't make a difference to me. She was very generous. We love Ms. Jinx. If you're not following Ms. Jinx, please do it. Incredibly generous and kind and fun and talented at fiber arts and music, and just a super sweet soul. Definitely deserves everybody's follow in here if you're not already. Such a sweet person. Does stream readers, if you guys play stream readers, and Pokemon community game, both of which I have stopped doing. But I actually threw at a Pokemon the other day, and you know what? I ultra missed. So whatever, fine. Pokemon community game is like, I shun you. Completely. Let's see here. 9 is creating some knitted blanks for, here, we'll say machine knitted. Even though I'm using my hands right now. Hand dyeing yarn for our amazing friend and Starlight Children's Foundation donor at Ms. Jinx. You can do that. So you can dip. If you want multiple colors, you can dip the yarn. I've even done it where I've had 2 separate pots of dye at the same time ready and put like either end into them. Sometimes I've dyed one side first and then the other. But you can also put them in a dye bath and just strategically place the dye into the bath in various spots. There's also speckles where you take powder, dye powder, and sprinkle it over the prepared yarn. And then usually the heat processing happens with like plastic wrap around it, or in a steamer basket. There's lots of ways to go about all of this. Some people will do it in a pot, and others will do it in like the flat, we call them hotel pans in restaurants. The flat metal pans, like when you go to a buffet. Oh gosh, so many. Some people put them in mason jars with the dye. I've seen people use the sun as the heat source and allow it to like sit in that dye bath for like whoever knows how long, with cotton yarn. Yeah, tie dye, yeah. There's all kinds of ways to do all this different stuff with it. And some people will get super precise with like little droppers and syringes and all this stuff. You can measure out the grams of dye powder versus the grams of water. And we kind of got into that for a minute. I will say I'm not as fond of the strict scientific method approach. I kind of like just throwing the dye in there and seeing what happens. But at some point I do want to do more yarn dyeing, and it's good to be able to measure things to that point if you want to be trying to create repeatable colorways that you can make again in the future. So let's say you have a vision for something you want to be able to offer long term. You're going to need to measure, and you're going to need to pay attention to the amounts and ratios in order to recreate that same effect. So also certain fibers are going to require different handling. I have some lace weight that stuff that's hanging up there, that's just the tiniest bit felted, and it will still totally work. But I think I over processed it. I might have over agitated it in combination with a little bit too much heat, possibly. You have to be very cautious with certain fibers, or else they'll start to felt pretty easily. Yes, food coloring, Rexaf, and citric acid powder or regular distilled white vinegar. That is all you need. And then you can use your kitchen equipment, and you don't run the risk of contaminating your kitchen equipment with stuff that you should not be ingesting. So if you want to use professional heat set acid dyes, totally fine. They sell them in kits. You can try a few jars of the powders. You can mix them, etc. But those, I would highly recommend a mask that is like a respirator style mask. Eye protection, like safety glasses. You need to have gloves on. You cannot handle those powders without protection and not expect to have problems, respiratory problems that can get in your eyes. The powder is so fine. It's not even the chemicals that are the big culprit. Those are also not good for you. But the particulate, it is so fine. It will end up in your lungs, and your body might not be able to filter it properly, and you're going to end up with a lot of irritation. So please, if you choose to use those dyes, follow all of the recommendations, all the safety protocol, and make sure you're doing it in an area that's well ventilated. But also, if you do it indoors, be aware that powder will end up on your surfaces, and if it becomes wet and has not been cleaned up, it may stain, like your countertops, your tables, your floors, if you have any carpet or rugs. And if you have animals, I would highly recommend trying to do it in a space they don't have access to. So anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Hi, Mike. Yeah, RIT dye you can use, but again, I don't think they recommend using RIT with your, what do you call it? Oh man, 9. My brain does not want to produce the word. I think they tell you not to use it in equipment you're going to use for food. Yeah, food vessels. There you go. Yeah, there's different types of RIT dye, though. So make sure you're reading the description on the bottle and that you are purchasing the correct type of dye for the fibers that you're using. Right. They make one for synthetics. You want to make sure it's if you have wool yarn, you want the one for wool. Or even just an old beat up stock pot. Just make sure that it's not, I think you want stainless and not aluminum. You bought a huge galvanized tub for dyeing. Haven't used it yet, but you're thinking a huge campfire. Oh, there you go. Hello, Elfie. How's it going? Such a fun question. Did you miss me? Yeah. You found a wonderful puffy jacket at a surplus store in Seattle in 2017, but it desperately needs patches and dyeing to stop looking like it came from a military surplus store. I don't have water. What's wrong? Why are you doing these bot things? Isn't GiftBot working now? Oh my goodness, GiftBot, why? Oh, Ella, I love you. Thank you. You do too much for me. I don't... The bots have been summoned. Oh my god, I'm not typing in the text box. Sometimes you're like, where was I typing? Okay, that's working. Why aren't your shout out commands working? I refreshed it and it started working. Oh, I misspelled it. Water.
Hi.
Yeah, show and tell is in like 12, well, more like 15 minutes. What's up, Raven? How's it going? Have you run an antivirus scanning against yourself? Maybe, yeah, download some more RAM. Goodness gracious. All right. Yeah, kitty kitty. Yeah, Donna, you mentioned that. That's really awesome. Well, you'd be welcome to post it here in chat. You have the green light to post that in chat. If you're talking about where to post it in the Discord, I would put it you can put it in show and tell, and you can put it in charity general. Or wait, we have a Starlight channel. Hold on. One moment, please. Charity Starlight. Oh man, I don't know if we're gonna do an auction this time around. I just saw my message from December 13th. Oh. You are trying to get the spring store up. Loading. When I click the link that you put into chat, it just says, oh, it just took a minute. Why are you doing this to me? The very first thing at the top of the page is peanut brittle bars that have chocolate with peanut brittle. You're killing me. You're killing me, Donna. 20% of everything all year. No minimum. Yeah, I agree. If I can find corporate help that one, does something compatible, and two, I never see the money raised, I am interested. Yeah. It just goes straight to Starlight from them, right? Easter candy, some of the best around. What's up, Toya? Happy Pank Day to you, too. Back, tried to change your name, but you forgot your password. Oh, no. Yeah, I have handmade stuff in my fourth wall, so there's things I have to do for that, but they make it pretty Easy. Like, I can just download a spreadsheet. It shows what item was ordered, the address it needs shipped to. I go ahead and print out the shipping label once I've got it packed up. I copy the tracking. I indicate what carrier. And I just go ahead and upload that information back to the server, and they automatically notify the person. And so they can track their order in Fourth Wall. And the one criticism I would have of Fourth Wall with that respect is you have to wait to get a payout once a month through Fourth Wall. If they had a system where you could indicate you want like a weekly payout, that would be nice. At least to my knowledge, you can only get paid out once a month on Fourth Wall. You think you're gonna do what? What is that? Fuku Bukuro. What is that? I don't know what that is. Dinner's ready, then walkies. You'll be back later. Okay, Ella. Thank you so much, friend. I appreciate the heck out of you. Enjoy your walk. I did take a walk with the puppies, and Finn was feeling okay enough for a short walk around the neighborhood. He's just like feeling kind of blah, and it's his birthday, and I didn't want to make him go to school. He's so sweet. He was like, I just really don't want to get any of my friends sick. And with him, I know that he means that, and it's not just him trying to get out of going to school. You're still struggling with memberships because you won't do a merch club discount membership. I do it. If people are members on Fourth Wall, they get a discount on merch. Why is it that you don't want to do that? Lucky bags. I'm not sure what that means. What are lucky bags? See, I don't know what any, I don't know. I still don't understand. You still prefer Fourth Wall as a streamer due to the Twitch integration. Yeah. You want to do a curated membership, get a game, a music, and a, oh yeah. Totally. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, I mean, what do you mean? Oh, my summer child, Donna. You slap. No, I understand what you're saying. But like, the idea is, hey, for some people, I think the idea is they might want to encourage people to do Fourth Wall memberships over any other form of support, not just Twitch subscriptions, but anything else, right? Because you get charged a lot less fees. And then like that way, if they also want to buy merchandise, they get a discount as part of their, they're kind of going for, they're coming for Patreon a little bit here. That equals lucky bags. No use discount equals more coin for streamer. I mean, I suppose it is optional. A Japanese New Year custom in which merchants make grab bags. I didn't know about this. Filled with unknown random. I mean, I know about like, you know, this phenomenon in retail, but I didn't realize it was like specifically a Japanese New Year custom. With unknown random contents and sell them for a substantial discount, usually 50% or more off the list price of the items contained within. The low prices are usually done to attract customers to shop at that store during the new year. The term is formed from fuku, meaning good fortune or luck, and fukuro, meaning bag, changing to bukuro for a phenomenon known as rendaku. I was just going to say this is a linguistics term. Phenomenon in Japanese morphophonology that governs the voicing of the initial consonant of a non-initial portion of a compound or prefixed word. In modern Japanese, rendaku is common, but at times unpredictable, and with certain words unaffected by it. Yeah, it's just how we change pronunciation so that it's more decipherable. The fuku comes from the Japanese saying that there is fortune in leftovers. Popular stores, fukubukuro, usually are snapped up quickly by eager customers, with some stores having long lines snake around city blocks hours before the store opens on New Year's Day. Interesting. Fukubukuro are an easy way for stores to unload excess and unwanted merchandise from the previous year due to a Japanese superstition that one must not start the new year with unwanted items from the previous year and start clean. Nowadays, some Fukabukuro are pushed as a lavish New Year's event where the contents are revealed beforehand, but this practice is criticized as just a renaming of selling things as sets. Ah, I can understand that. Very cool. I learned something today. You always appreciate it when your kids come into band and say they're not going to play because they or their household is sick. They do everything else, but not spraying their potential germs through their pea shooters. Yeah. Yeah, they can tap out the rhythm with their foot or practice the fingering of the piece without playing. Yeah, it's tough. Teaching them to respect, you know, sharing a space with others with regard to their hygiene is important. As parents, we try. You adore NYD Lucky Bags. You have your membership set up with a discount and access to past seasonal merch. Yeah, right. Like, so I've thought about that before. What if people want to purchase the Halloween sticker sheet? Like, who am I to tell them no? I love Halloween. Halloween year round. That's cool. That's a really smart idea, Donna. How much of this do I have left? Oh, this is some random loose piece. Not that much. In addition to the cookbook for 12 days. Yes. What is the what do we think should be the theme for the cookbook? I mean, Starlight does work with Nintendo a lot. Could they be all like different Nintendo game recipes? Do we have to stick to a particular console? Or universe? Or could it just be general, like anything Nintendo? Like Zelda, one could be Zelda, one could be Mario. All the old do a Pokemon. That's a thought, but you were looking at a book that uses that steak in a dryer energy. I mean, it could be something like, you know, they're like obvious choices with Mario with like mushrooms. You can't cook steak in a dryer, but you can make bread in a blender. You can fry an egg on the dashboard. Donkey Kong banana bread. There you go. Princess Peach cobbler. I should be writing this down. I need to order myself one of those notebooks. Have you seen Nanny Ogg's cookbook? That has some steak in the dryer energy. Believe it or not, that Nintendo cookbook exists. I'm not surprised. How much of this do I have left? I should probably start binding off. Do you see how different these stitches are? This is with the knitting machine and this is hand knit. So I probably should have gone up to a size 6 or 7 needle tip. What's the other community cookbook? I will gladly test, Donna. And I'm not a bad writer, so if you need help with even just proofreading, I would be happy to do that. Runs around flailing and screaming. Oh, awesome. I see, shows you how much I keep up with what my friends are up to. Just bind off loosely, but don't let go. Because if you bind off too tightly, you're gonna lose control. Okay, ads are over. Thank you if you got an ad just now for staying through them. I do appreciate that. Quite obviously, as we all know, if you're subscribed, you don't receive ads. It is a lovely way to support my content creation. We are at least as far as I know, we're at 78 plus points for February already, which is awesome. We are well on our way. Thank you to everybody who subscribes themselves to the stream as a paid recurring subscriber. I very, very much appreciate it. I muted the site earlier. Yeah, 78. 78 out of 100 for recurring paid subscriber points. So tier 1s are 1 point, tier 2s are 2 points, tier 3s are 6 points. Also, there was confusion yesterday. We were talking about whether or not there is a different revenue split in general. So the thing I'm confused about is I thought I read something that said Plus doesn't get you more. I don't know. I can't figure it out. 60/40 on everything. Gifted and paid subscriptions. Or if it's only on your paid recurring. For the new version that they're rolling out in May. I don't know. There's conflicting information because the Partner Plus program, as it currently stands, says that you get 70/30 on all paid and gifted subs for a year after qualifying. You need to hit whatever the benchmark is. It'll be 100 points for 60/40 and 300 for 70/30. Gifted are included in the new agreement. Okay. So if we hit 100 3 months in a row, this month, next month, and April, then revenue share on tier 1, tier 2, and gifted subs would be 60/40, but I think it would still be 70/30 for tier 3s for partners, I believe, because I did the math. I calculated the number of tier 3 subscribers that are paid recurring, and then it shows you the revenue for that, for the date range. And I divided it by the number of subscribers, and it worked out to 70% minus processing fees, it looked like. They're always going to take those fees out. They did word it a bit weirdly when the news dropped. Okay, I'm almost done with this, and then we'll do our show and tell. I know we're due for that. This bind off is going to be a bit tight, but there is something called Jenny's Super Stretchy Bind Off. Dope. Yeah, I can't imagine that it would make any kind of sense for it to... for that to go down. Also, not that this will apply to us per se, but they had initially released this program with a $100,000 cap on like what you could earn from this, because you know there's people who would clearly qualify for it instantaneously and then, you know, have a lot of subscribers and be making a ton more money. And they also announced they're lifting that. So I think that's a smart move, because otherwise you're just punishing people for their success, really. So yeah, this is a bit tight right there, but that's fine. This is the... we'll make two like this. So it's vastly machine knitted. I had to finish by hand because I had some unraveling that started to happen. But this is going to be a fun process. And I love that Ms. Jinx said, hey, you know, if you're interested, I didn't feel pressured into this at all. I think it's a really fun idea. So I'm super excited because I get to involve my child. And she was like, I don't care if it's food coloring. That's totally fine. I was like, oh man, why are you so amazing? Because the food coloring is not quite as light. It is pretty light fast and pretty wash fast. But not as light fast or wash fast as the professional dye. But she doesn't care about that. She just wants something that was created having fun and enjoying the process and getting to involve my kiddo. And she's a teacher. She is an educator. So, you know, Ms. Jinx just loves the idea, I think, of me getting to share a creative project with my kids. So I love that. I think that's wonderful. And I would totally do the regular dye with my kid. It's just not really safe at her age. She just, you know, she's getting there. She's very, she loves to cook and to bake, and she listens pretty well most of the time. But she's just only 7, you know. There's just an age range. I feel like you're not gonna like. I think if I got her going with it now, it wouldn't take long. If I did a lot of regular stuff like that, where we would use the safety equipment, like at first to get used to it, and then you know, once she's really consistent about using it properly, the safety equipment, then I could switch to using the heavier dyes. But it's okay. There's time for that. And also, like, if there's a spill or a mess, the cleanup is a lot easier. It's not going to like be as likely to permanently. I mean, food coloring can definitely stain things, but it's going to be easier to remove it and handle it than if I use the other stuff. So there's one blank finish for Ms. Jinx, and I'm going to make another large one like that. I have another one already made up that's smaller, but I think I'm going to make... I'm gonna do them. In fact, I'm not even 100% certain. Yeah, that totally is the same. I was like, I'm not even certain that is Swish. That's Swish from Knitpick / We Crochet. And I hinted at this yesterday. There's a big promotion that's gonna start tomorrow on Knitpick / We Crochet. They are giving you guys a really great discount and bumping our affiliate commission. So if you've thought about shopping with them, it goes from the 14th all the way through the 29th. I'll have a command for it in the chat. And I will be posting about it on socials. I'll have a special code you can use, plus my affiliate link, and it will help support the channel, and you get a really good discount, and they are only giving this discount code to affiliates. Hogan, thank you. 11 months, Hogan. 11 months. Sound warning. Rubber chickens are a really big thing around here. We've taken to squeezing the rubber chicken for the number of months you've been subscribed. If it's even years, you get the big red rubber chicken, but you are really close to a year, actually. Hogan, thank you for 11 months of tier 1 and for supporting the channel and for being here in the chat. I love it. Thank you so much. Ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 months. Thank you. 11 months at tier 1. I really appreciate that. Thank you, 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 thank you. We are about to do some show and tell in Discord, so if you guys haven't posted in there, there's probably still time for you to slap something up there. We do this once a stream. Sometimes we hop over there again. We looked at the chibi drawing from Ella. Cbus has some progress.
What do you like about corn?
It's cold.
What's up, RC?
It
has the juice.
It's cold. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. Gonna try this out of anything.
We're very close to another follower goal, and we're also... Oh, 2 more sub points to... Why doesn't it show the description? There it is. Strawberry cup cozy giveaway. I was like, I can't remember. We're going to give this away in 2 more sub points. 2 more new sub points. Thank you so much, everybody, for just hanging out in here. That's the number one thing to thank you for. This is awesome, and just like more and more and more progress for Cbus. Look at that. Totally done with this row now. That's amazing. Been working on this, I don't know how long. A few weeks? And just started cross-stitching again recently. So this is really cool. And it is... I grew up playing this game. Grew up playing a lot of Mario. And you got your sticker! Yay! What's up, Ian? It was lovely hanging out in Naughty's stream. I finally made it to a Naughty Gnome stream this morning. Did Naughty already raid out? I was lurking Naughty on my phone for quite a while. Cool. Who did she raid? I saw she had a good room. I'm so happy for Naughty. She's been trying to prepare for streaming for forever. KB Fibers, cool. All right. Love to see our fiber artists all, you know, trying to raid each other and take care of each other, and there was a lot of us in there with swords. I don't know why Naughty gave me a sword. I don't know why Naughty gave me a sword. It's not a good idea. Don't give me a sword. Please, people, do not give me a sword. It's a good thing we have Miro, because you can't remember. Oh, now, Ian. I am a really great mod in bits and starts. Otherwise, I'm just going to abuse the fact that, like, slow-mo doesn't apply to me. And come in and yell at you. And generally disrupt everything and be a bad example. You should not give me a mod sword. Everyone who I have a mod sword in their channel should take it away. Commission progress. Becca, this is looking awesome. I wonder if this is this a hat or an Ami? It's huge. Naughty High, I was just saying you should not have given me a sword. For one thing, do you know why it's so hard for me? When you see me in other people's chats during the day or in the early evening, it is 99.9999999% likely I'm on mobile. And it's just impossible to moderate effectively on mobile. It just is. I try when I'm in someone's channel who I'm moderating for, but they don't make it very easy. I can't do fancy shout outs still on Android. Like banning people takes like a million years to like tap on their name and then go to user actions. And then, you know, like it's very difficult. I think maybe I can tap on their name and then just hit ban. I don't remember. And it's just, it's so frustrating because like I would love to be able to help more from my phone. /ban might work, but then you're sitting there tapping and typing out their name. Even if you go into your characters and do @ we're talking about mobile, though. Yes, mobile apps are pain and suffering. And I mean, they've introduced a couple of things that have made some of the mobile experience easier, but my hubs just sent me this picture. I might drag it. I might actually like show you guys this. So he has a friend from high school who put a bunch of stuff in his Etsy on like deep discount. We'll look at it after show and tell. Because he's got some kind of a financial issue, I think. I think he's got like a pet vet bills or health crisis of his own or a family member's. And this is like someone my husband's known since high school who's like a really good artist. One second, you guys. I'm sorry. I know I'm yeah, his cat has cancer. Yeah, honey. Yeah, just a second. A foot of snow, oh my god. This is... Oh, naughty gnome, it's fine. I would advise you though. I know it doesn't. I'm honored. I understand it's a matter of trust. Hi, Ballot. I do understand that. I get that. But I've heard other people say they prefer to be asked first. Just so you know. And the thing that I worry about is I want to make sure that you feel like people who hold a sword in your channel are capable of being there and doing the job. But, you know, I know you also understand my life is super busy. So I figured, you know, you probably did it understanding that I might not be able to come to like every stream. But people do often feel guilty about that. I've had people approach me in the past and be like, hey, I love your streams. I love what you do. And I'm so happy that I get to be part of your community. But I need to step away from the moderator role because I feel terribly guilty that I'm not there when you're live. And I'm like, not a problem. So I have no problem with it whatsoever. But I would ask people first if I were you. Just my 2 cents, I would ask people before you give them a sword. Some people feel like it changes their relationship with your content in a way that they're not necessarily ready to like take on that added responsibility. They just want to hang out and relax. But I get that for some folks, it's like a sign of trust and that you are like, oh yeah, of course, you know, if they understand that, that's one thing. But then some folks feel like they feel bad. They feel guilty. Gift sub for Science, 12 hacking months from Miro has entered month 3. Thank you, Miro, for that really super generous, incredibly kind gesture for our friend Science Streams. Such a nice thing to do for our awesome friend Balint. How are you, friend? If you guys aren't following Science, that's ridiculous. I cannot imagine how you could be in here unless you're brand new. Are you brand new? Okay, you get a pass. Luckily you don't need to leave the house. Dad's plowing the driveway right now. All is good. Okay, good. That's good. Cause yeah, when the weather's gnarly, that's not, we don't want to have to go outside when it's really bad. You're all set. He wanted me to unlock his phone. He's homesick today and it's his birthday. I love you. Happy birthday. He's not super sick, but it's his birthday. When I went to check on him this morning to see how he was feeling, because everybody was homesick yesterday, I was like, how you feeling? And he's like, I'm like, okay, you can stay home. It's your birthday. You don't have to go. Tired. Oh, I feel that. I know. How cool is that thing? It's not going to stay right there. It's too big. Who? Like when we get a raid, I'll just go, hey everybody, and I'm called. Yeah, I'm gonna hold it. Right. I'm gonna wear it like a necklace around my neck. They actually gave me hardware. I probably could do that. I'm gonna walk around with a battery pack and I'm gonna have it plugged into the battery pack. If only they could have made it flash. You know? I'm just like any game character. Yeah. Oh my God. Mom works hybrid. You do school online. Dad's retired. Well, I'm glad that y'all are together where you can keep each other safe. Triple win in my book. Aw. Yeah, it's Finny's 12th birthday today. I can't believe I have a 12-year-old. Solder an on-off switch to it. Easy. Clap. Miro, one of these days we should have some sort of a challenge where you have to change your name to Miro _ easy _ class. Oh, whatever, Ian. Water schwatter. What were we doing? We were looking at show and tell. Squirrel. Ooh, Puffles. This is pretty. It looks like a cardigan. That we could make. I feared worse names. Oh no. Everything is easy for Miro _ B _ OT _. This is ball 1. Oh my God, this looks so good. Ella, how dare you? My mouth is already watering. Wow. That looks incredible. How dare you? Oh, did you just put the parchment directly on the rack? I never would have thought of that. This is amazing. Look at that. That looks so good. That looks so amazing. It looks like peppers, mushrooms. I can't tell what all is on there, but my God, I would demolish at least half of that. Well, it could be that Pup Time just isn't subbed to enough people with butt emotes. I don't know. You gifted to Pup Time on my birthday, Ian. Thank you. Also, Pup Time has been following this channel for 3 years. Look at that. Butt spot and Pup Time. Sitting in a tree. Donna got you these from your throne. How cute are these? They're so cute. Look at that. These are adorbs. How adorable are these? Very, very cute. I love it. Is this Brenda's face? Right here? Is that Brenda peeking out of the side of this picture? I was gonna say, so there's like inserts to make it like have like an impression in the top of the dough, or you can just do plain cutouts. That's hilarious. I'm like, that is totally Brenda's. Those are Brenda's eyes. That's the Brenda Cappened face. Hi, pics. That's awesome. And these are really cute. And are you doing baking streams now, Raven? I want a piece of this pizza. I'm hungry now. Thanks a lot, you guys. Anyone else gonna post in there? Let me know. But I'm gonna real quickly because, you know, like, important to like help support our online friends. Well, this is an IRL friend of my husband's who has a pet that has cancer. So I'm not going to scroll down because some of the work in here is adult in nature. Okay, so heads up. This is like 18 and over type art. Some of it has sexual or like violence or gore themes. If you're not into that, that's totally okay. Please do not feel any pressure whatsoever to look at the art. However, this person is doing a huge sale, 45% discount. Huge, huge, huge sale because their pet is very ill. And we purchased something. We purchased a piece of art. Consider purchasing something. At the very least, if you're on Etsy, you could go over there and follow the shop and favorite some things. And also take a peek at the Instagram. Nothing in the very beginning of the Instagram is too crazy out there. Some of it's creepy. I believe this is the pet in question. So if you guys are into buying art, even if you can't purchase something, here I'll put the Instagram and the Etsy. You know, we have friends far and wide that sometimes need help, and you know, this is a person who's saying like, hey, look, I don't need a handout. I make art. Please consider purchasing it. I will incentivize you by giving you a discount. And the art is really cool. Ian. So, you know, follow the shop, favorite some items, and thank you guys for considering supporting a friend of our family who's going through some tough stuff right now. I mean, like, this is somebody who, when my husband was thinking about maybe trying to make a comic book before we even owned a shop, or maybe shortly after we opened the shop, was thinking about approaching him to do the art for it. So he's known him since high school. Really good quality artist. I don't know much about him. I have not looked at these pages. I have not looked at the Etsy. So it may not be everybody's style, but if you're into like kind of goth kind of type stuff, give it a look and consider a purchase. Or maybe you know somebody who might be interested in it. You could send them the link. Because you know how that is. It's like our fur babies are our four-legged family members. And it breaks my heart that he has a pet that needs treatment that can sometimes be extremely expensive. But I understand wanting to do whatever you can to either, you know, hopefully get rid of the cancer, or at the very least, you know, buy some more quality time with your pet. So thanks for looking. Thank you for listening. But I told him, I said, hey, you know, when the artwork shows up, let me know. Here, I'll show you. I can show you guys the piece that he purchased from him, and it's really cool. Definitely 18 and over. Okay, so heads up. 18 and over, horror themes, etc. But very cool. I'm not sure if the piece that he bought is still gonna be displayed in here. Unfortunately, I don't think it is. And the picture he took is terrible. Yeah, the kitty has lymphoma. Which is, you know, it's heartbreaking. But, you know, if you want to buy some cool art, like I said, even if it's not your style, maybe someone you know is real into like that kind of genre, give it a look. Even if you just like it, favorite it, follow the Instagram, like a few posts. That could also help push the artwork to other people who are into that sort of stuff. Understandably, I'm not telling you need to do any of that. It is just simply a suggestion. So thank you for even thinking about it. We like to help the friends, right? My hubs is asking me for a quick favor that requires that I walk away from the computer. There's a nice, very handsome picture of Finn on the refrigerator that I think he probably wants to use to make a Facebook post about his birthday. So I'm going to take the ad break now a little bit early. Hi, Crumbs Thief. Potential post and show and tell incoming. I didn't see anything. We'll look at it when we get back, okay? I'm going to take this quick break because I also need a bio break, all right? And we'll do the ads a little bit early. Thank you so much for staying through them if you don't have a sub. 3 minutes of ads all in one block. Turns off pre-rolls for people visiting the channel after the ad break so that if somebody brand new pops into the stream, they don't get hit with an ad immediately. I try. All of us do. Our mods, myself, we all try to be very clear about when they're coming. Cool. Sounds good, Miro. So that you can step away and do what you need to do if you need to take a moment and not have to have them just sort of appear out of nowhere. And I do appreciate people. It is a free way to support the channel, staying through ad breaks. And if you're a Turbo subscriber, you count as ad impression credit, but you don't get the ads. So that's something to consider. That was you typing in show and tell. You can't find the picture you wanted to post. Well, if you do find it, pandas, just say something. If it's, you know, usually it's not too terrible. It's not terribly, what's the word I'm looking for? You're not inconveniencing me, letting me know something's in there. If I can't stop right that second to do it, you know, I hope you guys would understand. But I love looking at your stuff. It's just a problem. Like, I noticed when we weren't having a specific time to do it, that I would have to spend a lot of stream hopping back and forth. Totally understand that people show up at different times. But that's why I say, well, we'll look at it next time if, like, I'm already involved in a bunch of other things or if we're about to end or whatever. No, you're fine, and it's totally cool. All good. All right, BRB.
Someone's gonna leave some really big balls on my front porch, and I don't want anyone running away with those balls. They're my balls. Hands off. Hands off my balls. Guns out, y'all. Yeah. Woo! I'm sorry, I'm so loud. Oh! Oh, yeah!
They're ewy. They're ewy. I don't like them. Mommy,
Whoa!
Mommy, I wonder if I like
Some milk for you.
Oh my god. Hey, dude, I like spicy stuff.
You like it? You're gonna have a yucky taste.
Come on. Come on. Come on, White Wolf. Come on, White Wolf. Come on. Come on, White Wolf. Come on. Come here, little White Wolf. Come here, White Wolf. I got a treat. Yes. Yes. Okay.
Clip this.
Hello, welcome to 9.5 Kitchen, where we're going to be making the most basic ass Midwestern chili you've ever seen.
I am 9.5 and I'm called that because I'm that close to perfect. I'm tying knots without looking. What? That's what everyone thinks. It's actually because I'm missing half a digit.
Flattery will get you everywhere, super curly one.
Oh, thank you. Well, you know, I'm merely the canvas.
Oh my goodness, you look so gorgeous.
having a bit war.
Okay.
Hey, you're supposed to. You know what?
Do more bits.
No. Somebody clip that. Clip my kid going, do more bits.
I'm here a lot earlier this time to say it is sub time la 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 low 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 low.
Somebody just donated $1,000 to St. Jude to our campaign.
Who has committed this crime? Who did it?
Moo.
I'm not sure if you don't quite realize what you're up against asking me to throw my coffee away. They'll be ripping it from my cold, dead, wrinkled, caffeinated hands.
Well, I wasn't gonna come back after today when she spilled her coffee everywhere and then peed her pants a little, but now that there's some free stickers.
Pull it. Pop it. Pull it. Twist it. Twist it. Pull it. Twist it. Pull it. Pop it. Twist it. Pull it. Pop it. Twist it. Pull it. Pull it. Twist it.
What is turning me?
Pull it. Pop it. Pull it. Pull it. Pop it.
Wow. Wow. Oh no. I've been rickrolled! You rickrolled me! We're no strangers to no. Oh, buddy. Oh, God. Okay, Ramona, go ahead.
Oh my goodness. A little bit more.
Yes. That was perfect. That was perfect. Right at the end. Next order of business. Yes, I do know that you want me to play scrims with you, but I don't think I'm good enough for that. People up here. Oh! You can play at this game. Nope, 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 nope. Four, three, two, one.
Just do it!
It's so. Sour cream. I was thinking about using apple cider vinegar. I'm not gonna put sugar in it because the hubs can't have it. Okay. One yellow cucumber. And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed.
Did you make it? Oh no! Oh, you're right there!
I can hear you on my headphones, but I don't know where I put them.
So this is a game to you guys, huh? You think this is all just fun and games? There's people out here with reputations at stake as Stream Raiders partners. I need to see every single one of you out there with at least 6 units. I want to see everybody placing 69 units apiece in this battle. I want 420 units on this battlefield. Stat! You heard what I said. I'm not saying it again.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Ha.
Ooh. I have it on backwards! I have it on backwards!
Yes.
That's right, get wrecked, cancer!
Wait. Welcome back. What's up, Seabass? We saw your progress. You're doing such a good job. With your Mario, it's just coming right along. I'm so happy for you. And I saw your picture with the sticker. I'm glad it made it there safely. Something has them all kinds of worked up upstairs. I don't know what's going on. Probably the neighbor walking by with her dogs or something like that. Oh my goodness. I don't know how Finn can just sit there in the living room with them going nuts like that. Oh, nice. Awesome. You use it however you want, but yes, that sounds good. Puppies! That's enough, puppy dog. These puppies. Okay. Oh, you can't see it. I have to zoom out. So if you haven't been here the last day or so, what I'm doing is, I am Machine knitting. Oh no. Well, we'll just have to see what happens here. Oh, wait, that's right. It only does every other one on the first round after the... Now it'll do every one. I'm machine knitting a blank, which is just basically like you're knitting the yarn before it's been dyed into either a flat panel or a tube. And then you paint it. With the yarn dye. This is a DK weight. Swish DK weight, 246 yards per 100 grams skein. This suggests, and this is a 100% fine superwash merino wool. This suggests a number 5 knitting needle. A what now? 7-I? Is that what this is? Oh my god. And this says 9 on it. Who knows, man? Everything is always like, nobody can ever do anything consistently. Yeah, so, we have a little bit of a problem right here. I might have to start over. Oop. Yep, I'm gonna start over. We already have some dropped stitches. Don't you get all tangled up like that. No worries, Seabus. Enjoy your noms. Take some time for you. I feel bad. Finnegan asked today if he could have ramen in his lunch. And I kind of reacted like, I was like, what? I was like, why do you want ramen in your lunch? He's like, well, one of my friends gets it sometimes. And I was like, well, how are you going to have ramen at lunch? And he says, well, they have a kettle that you can use the hot water. So, okay, well, let me look into it. I can find some ramen cups that aren't quite so bad for you. But I do get in a rut with lunches, and I don't always, like, you know, I'll make something out of desperation because I'll realize, oh no, you know, like we don't have any sandwich bread. Somehow I've forgotten to get sandwich bread, which doesn't happen often, but I'm like, well, okay, we have bagels and we have cream cheese and we have cucumbers, and they'll be like, oh my God, that bagel cream cheese cucumber sandwich was the best ever. And I'm like, see, I should try to come up with different stuff for them more often because we like to send them with lunch. But I just get in like autopilot. And I'm like, you know, yeah, that's right. That was the best lunch I've ever made you, even though it was totally just what I had on hand. They have a microwave, but I don't know if students are allowed to use it because unfortunately I think the students may not have been treating the microwave appropriately. What is happening? Why is that happening? Oh, I know. Oh, I'm gonna have to start over again. I know why. Because I didn't have it through this thing. I had it through here, but not through the little guide in the very front of it. I am totally a professional. This is fine. I'm showing you guys what not to do, right? Yeah, I mean, you know, it's hard because we're just super busy. And so it's like one less thing to think about if I just kind of have like a usual rotation of like sandwiches that I make for them. But like, you know, deli sandwich one day, peanut butter jelly the next is kind of boring. I would be bored with it too after a while. What's up, Elfie? How are you? Oh, yeah, it is. It is. Well, no, it's technically afternoon now, Alfie. It's 12:09 p.m. where I live in, Oregon. Oh, no, I went past the thing. Oh, my God. What is wrong with me today? It couldn't possibly be lack of sleep. I'm gonna have to do it again. Okay, I should start from the white one just because it's visual. So unfortunately, this machine suffered a fall and I had to take it apart in order to fix it, which is kind of a pain. To be honest. you got butt spotted. You know, now you're really one of the gang. Maybe you've already been butt spotted, Elfie, I don't remember. Anyways, I don't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah. I just needed to blow off some steam last night. Like, I try not to bring, like, a negative vibe to you guys ever, right? Let me tell you, the, like, intense 6 to 8 hours or whatever it was of my daughter being, like, violently ill was not fun. It was very stressful. My spouse has a terribly sensitive gag reflex. He just cannot. And he did everything he could. He kept asking me what else he could do. He recognizes that, and he kept saying, thank you, I love you so much. I was like, it's okay, I understand. She was, Puffles, really, really sick. And it's just heartbreaking when your kiddo is like, you know, it's like the 6th or 7th time. It was out of nowhere and very sudden and very, very intense. And then it was over. And she was fine all day yesterday and woke up feeling great today. Good for her. I'm very happy to report that she is no longer sick. But it was not fun for many hours. I did, Puffles, yes. Yay, I figured out what I was doing wrong. So, anyway, I know. You know how it is. You know how it is, kittens. And poor baby, she just, you know, it was like waking up, and so then she get it all, you know, and I have to like, okay, well, let's get you undressed again. and, you know, strip your bed sheets again. So much laundry, you know, just like, and that she's my baby and I love her, and you do all of this and you just do it. But it was just a lot. It was a lot. But we got through it and she's fine now. That's the good news, right? I was worried. I was like, gosh, I hope she didn't eat something weird and it's going to go on for who knows how long. And like, you know, all that. I was like really terrified that it was like, could be something else. And I was just like, okay, I'm not going to like go down, let myself go down that rabbit hole. Let's just get through, you know, if she had still been going on like that after a while, of course I would call the doctor's office, but thankfully that was not necessary. Uh-oh. Why? Why is this my luck this time of round? I don't understand. At least I noticed it now and not like after cranking for like, you know, an hour. No, stop it. I'm very cranky, get it? This machine is making me cranky. What's up, Ghost? But yeah, how you doing, kittens? Kittens, I hadn't seen that cool chair picture that you posted in Discord before for some reason, and it is very, very, very cool. And we have some chairs. What's the matter? Oh, rip, because I'm having to do this again. Oh, no, I'm sorry to hear that. I get a little bit of like a little thumpy heart stuff every once in a while, and I've talked to my doctors about it, and they're like, oh, yeah, it's probably nothing. I'm like, You know. Doctors are always so good at listening to and believing women about their symptoms. Oh, you did? What brand did you get? Did you get a Centro or an Addy or a Jamit? Which is hilarious to me. I'm like, it's called a Jamit. A Centro, right on. How many pins? 22? I busted this. So the white pin is on pin number 17. No, 19. For some reason. Because I wasn't paying attention to where I was putting them when I put them back on. Like a dope. I don't feel like taking it apart. I'm like, whatever, I'll just deal. Does it come with peanut butter? Har, 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 har. Well, when you are ready to use it, there's a ton of really good, you know, YouTube tutorial content for sure. I am no expert. I've definitely used mine. But I would say what is your deal, Missy? My girl kitty. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ayo. Oh, yeah? Hi, Sam. That's how we say hi in here, huh? Oh, 22 pinned bits the smart dolls. Very cool. Alassi!
Wow.
Thank you, Alassi.
Getting close to 2 years.
You could really dance. 21 months. I'm going to squeeze this rubber chicken 21 times. You have been warned. Noise warning. If you have your headphones on, I don't know. You might not care. It might not bother you at all. But I think it's important to let you know I'm going to squeeze this chicken. Wow, you can really dance. 21 times for our friend Alassi Tarlam, who just resubscribed for 21 months. Are you ready?
Nice.
Baz. I love you, Baz. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Months. Thank you so much, Alessi. I try not to do it too aggressively. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. And thank you for choosing to be a paid recurring subscriber. Understandably, not everyone can do it. Those of you that can and choose to, I very much appreciate it. We are on track to get at least the 60-40 split when they transition into the new Plus program starting in May. I'm doing all right. We're just welcome back, Naughty Gnome. We're just making a machine knitted blank out of this Swish DK weight. It's a bear yarn sold by Knitpick / We Crochet. If any of you have ever thought about trying yarn dyeing, you can purchase single. Why? It did it again right here. But for why? I'm not going to worry about it. This isn't going to be a garment. It's going to be unraveled. So I'm going to pretend like I'm clueless here. What's a blank? Are you drawing one? Someone please. Where is the cane that just drags me off the stage? You typically dye yarn in the hank, where it's like just in the big, you know, one big circle around and around and around and around. The first part of a Taylor Swift song. Anyway. What was I gonna say? I don't remember now. Oh, you can work them in a flat panel or you can work them in a tube like this. And then you paint the dye onto the fabric like a canvas. And someone asked me if I would be willing to do that for a charity auction bid that I listed of a yarn commission, a yarn dyeing commission from me. And I said, hey, if the bidding goes over $100, I'll do 4 skins instead of 2. And they made that happen. And I said, oh, cool. What do you want? And our awesome friend, Ms. Jinx, said, I would like you to make some of those blanks that I saw you making before, because I've done this before. And I would love if you and Ramona painted them together. This is gonna be a giveaway item. It's a cup cozy. In 2 more new sub points. There's absolutely no pressure to do that right this minute. It's when it happens, not if. Meaning it's not like a time-sensitive goal. When we get 2 more new sub points, like someone deciding to subscribe themselves, or somebody gifting, then I will do a giveaway for that. They're really easy to make. This one's a little wonky because I misread the instructions, so the spacing is a little tiny bit off. I started another one with blue, and then I was trying to think of how I could maybe make it look like pineapples. Somebody suggested other fruits like blueberries, I think. Blueberries might be a little bit tougher because to me a blueberry should definitely be very round. And that stitch is like it's kind of oblong, which is why it works for strawberries. Right, yellow, and then the thing that I would wonder about for the green part for a pineapple would be, do you do the same exact stitch? I know, Alaste, but I'm saying most people think of blueberry as pretty much not even perfectly round. They're like around they are, but then you look down on them, they're around, but like then, you know, from the side, they're like kind of a little flatter. I don't know how to explain it. The thing is, whatever I'm doing with these, I don't want it to be complicated or involve a ton of sewing. Because I do not need that in my life. I do love the idea of being able to do different fruits, but one thing I would want is for it to be consistent. Work is so busy, you just want to have some fun on Twitch. Gah. You gotta do what you gotta do. Ooh, 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 ayo. Oh, I don't even know what to say. The words today.
I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
It's corn. A big corn that knobs. It has the juice. And running a more beautiful thing. It's corn. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. Gonna climb it with that amazing thing.
All right. Raspberries could work, although to me, like, raspberries are just going to be the same, really. I mean, I guess you could try and use a yarn that's a little bit more purple, since raspberries are often, like, a little bit more purple red than just straight red. Makes the green tall. Make the green tall and... Oh, yeah. Nah, I mean... I think there's a way you could do it. Naughty Gnome!
The Naughty Gnome gifted a tier 1 sub to Silver Architect _78.
There is so much happening on the screen. I think I forgot to
The
turn
Naughty
off.
Gnome gifted a tier 1 sub to Jenna Prison.
I'm so confused. What is even happening right now? Are you guys okay? Thank you. Very much. I don't know what's happening. Naughty Gnome, thank you very, very much for gifting 2 tier 1 subs to Silver Architect
This
and
is not
Jenna.
a train. It's a
Ay, ay, ay.
it's on fire.
You got one!
Is what's happening?
Ooh. Oh no, Pandas, your dog had to build up immunity to my stream. Oh my goodness. 81% of level 1. thank you very much. Thank you, Maz, for the 100 bits. Oh my God! You're supposed to be working.
It's the one and only Digo Double G. Snoop Dogg.
All right.
You know what happened with the D.R.E. Yeah.
You guys are too sweet. So there you have it. We're going to give this away today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Naughty Gnome, for helping us hit that sub goal. Here's a new one. And just 10 more and we'll do a sticker sheet. Why not? You guys are so very, very kind. I need to get through thanking all of you. I can't keep up. Maz, thank you for the 100 biddies. Donna, thank you for the 100 biddies. Robot Wizard, thank you for the 101. Sam, thank you for the 5 steak in the dryer bits. Maz, thank you for the 420 biddies. Naughty Gnome, thank you for the 51 with all these fancy alerts. You're having too much fun. It's only Tuesday. You spent all morning sleeping. You just woke up. You're a little lost. Ah! I just bumped my microphone. I'm so sorry. There we go. You're all very kind. Oh my goodness.
Almost 1 year, let's God.
Sam, thanks. Thank you very much. Some sub hype in the chat for Sam for 11 months. Here's your rubber chicken squawks. Ready? You get 11 of them, even though probably that number would be an awful lot higher if you hadn't had to. It's a shame that you had to create a new account because you got locked out of your old one. But on this account, we have 11 months of resub at tier 1. Thank you so much. It is almost a year. Literally, actually. I am going to squeak this rubber chicken 11 times. If you have pets that you don't want to, trigger, or if you yourself are sensitive to loud noises, you might want to turn the volume down a little bit. Okay? You've been warned. Ready? And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Thank you for 11 months, Sam. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right. You guys are at 37% of level 2 on this hype train. 37% of level 2. What's going on, Zoo? How are you? It's nice to see you. I hope you're having a lovely day. Anything fun or exciting happening in your world? Zoo, thank you. Oh, I need a cute blanket.
Tier 1 sub to cute blanket.
Thanks, Zoo. That's so kind. That's very nice of you. Thank you very much. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. At 2 out of 10 for a sticker sheet giveaway. If you guys complete a level 3 hype train, I have to get up and do 50 jumping jacks. If you complete level 4, chat gets to choose the onesie I have to wear till the hype train cooldown is off. If you do level 5, a completed level 5, we do $10 to the charity of chat's choice. 7, and I will give away a steak in the dryer notebook. 1,200 sub points, and I'll do a blanket. But we're like at 11:05 according to my dashboard, so I'm not gonna set that as the goal underneath of the stream just yet. You've been a lot better. But it is what it is. Reach the point of realizing you need to sort your life. So you're just chilling and being an introvert. Hey, look, I have been there. I have been there, my friend. I don't know if I could ever have described myself in any point of my life as a true introvert, but sometimes what we need is some introspection, and that is not a bad thing. Yeah. Thank you guys very much. Thank you for the hype train. I very much appreciate it. 65% of level 2. Thanks, you guys. Aw, Chen. Thank you so much, Chen. 777 bits. That's very lucky. And the 4 subscriptions. Thank you so much. Thank you for the choo-choo. Here, let's set up the giveaway for the Cup Cozy. Thank you guys all for being in here. I need to make sure I'm on top of doing these things when they happen, because that's the idea, right? Is those of you that make the goal happen and those of you that are here when the goal happens are the ones that get to enter for it. Giveaway.
Eso va dedicado para todos los niños del mundo. Así suena la banda del mango. ¡A huevo!
¡Ay, ay, ay!
¡La del mango!
Oh, man. Baby shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Baby shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Baby shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Baby shark. Mommy shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Mommy shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Mommy shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Mommy shark. Daddy shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Daddy shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Daddy shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Daddy shark. Grandma shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Grandma shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Grandma shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Grandma shark. Grandpa shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Grandpa shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Grandpa shark, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Grandpa shark. Let's go hunt. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Let's go hunt. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Let's go hunt. Run away. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Run away. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Run away. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Run away. Safe at last. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Safe at last. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Safe at last. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Safe at last. These were all children around the world. This is la banda del mango from Tijuana para el mundo. ¡A huevo! ¡Ay, ay, ay! I can't even redeem the fart noise. I think I redeemed it too many times earlier. You're out of points. Wait for it.
Ooh.
9. That's not our record. 9 times. No. Yeah, Capuchin doesn't work.
Baby shark doo doo doo. Baby shark doo doo doo. Mommy shark doo doo doo. Mommy shark doo doo doo. Mommy shark doo doo doo. Daddy shark doo doo doo. Daddy shark doo doo doo. Daddy shark doo doo doo. That's a lot of sharks.
Robot Wizard, thank you for the 300 bits. And yes, that is a lot of sharks. You know, as long as you don't combine sharks and farts and get.
Ooh, piece of candy.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Wait for it.
Baby shark doo doo doo. Baby shark doo doo doo. Baby shark doo doo doo. Mommy shark doo doo doo. Mommy shark doo doo doo. Mommy shark doo doo doo. Daddy shark doo doo doo. Daddy shark doo doo doo. Daddy shark doo doo doo. That's a lot of sharks.
All right. Strawberry, you're entering to win this. US only. I'm sorry. I hate to say that. I can't always do international shipping. I try, but shipping is bonkers and it's only getting more expensive. US only for this because it's a physical giveaway. I mean, unless you're willing to pay like $15 for the shipping, which is just outrageous. US only. I'm so sorry. I love you guys that live outside the US. That's a pain. They keep making it more and more and more expensive to ship stuff. I had a good international option. They raised their rates too recently. It is a cup cozy. You know, you go and you get your to-go cup of coffee, right? You're like, I'll have a 12-ounce latte in a 16-ounce cup with 3 pumps of hazelnut, 1 pump of almond, and a drizzle of caramel, salted caramel. It goes on here like this. No, I don't order like that. If anything, when I get an iced coffee, I ask for 2 pumps of hazelnut, and that's it. I'll get an iced coffee. I'll get like an iced latte with 2 pumps of hazelnut. Usually I just get a regular latte, maybe an extra shot. Okay? So you need to be 18 and over, following the channel. I will need you to fill out the form. And I need you to make sure to do that in a timely fashion so that I can send it out to you. Hey, I'm not picking on people if they have like fancy coffee orders they like to make. Treat yourself. Just make sure you know that you're like being patient at the espresso joint and you tip your barista. That's all. Take care of your barista. They'll take care of you. I promise you. They'll know your drink and you'll drive up and they'll already be making it if you have the same thing every time. You know, that's their job. They're there to serve and to please you and to make you something yummy that like probably you could make at home, honestly, this day and age. But yeah, no, I actually didn't mind. The thing that would be tough for me is when people would come into a full service restaurant I was working at and they would find out we had an espresso machine and then they would rattle off a drink like they would rattle off at like a Starbucks or a regular coffee shop or whatever. And I'd be like, oh, no. I have one alternative milk, which is almond, and that's it. I don't have any other options as far as alternative milks. I'm sorry. I don't have soy. I don't have coconut milk. I don't have oat milk. I don't have any of the other dairy, you know, non-animal dairy milks, etc. And I don't have sugar-free syrups, and I don't have what else would people ask for a lot? Simple syrup I had behind the bar, so I could go get it, but they were very protective of their simple syrup. Oh, and I like a lot of those. I love coconut milk. I like hazelnut milk. I'm not slagging on using them in your drink, and a lot of places do offer them. But at a restaurant, a sit-down restaurant that happens to have an espresso machine. Aww.
Happy Fat Tuesday.
Indeed. Angry Baby Polar, thank you very much. Happy Fat Tuesday, and thank you for 14 months. Also, thank you so much for using your Prime here. You could have used that on literally, I don't know. There's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of monetized streamers on this platform, and you chose to use it here, and I very much appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much, Angry Baby Polar. You get 14 rubber chicken squawks. Are you ready? I don't know if you're ready for this. Thank you so much for using your Prime. Oh my God.
Ooh.
Why isn't that one working? Something is wrong with that bit redeem. Let me look at it. Because it's got to be my fault. I must have done something wrong when I brought it over to mix it up. Are you ready? This can be a little noisy, so I like to give people a heads up, right? We're going to do this 14 times. I'm going to squeeze this rubber chicken for Angry Baby Polar. Thank you for using your Prime. Thank you for subscribing to the stream and supporting what I do here. Thank you for literally making my childhood dreams come true. No pressure, everybody. No, but really, I mean, you guys really have done that for me here. And Angry Baby Polar, you are a part of that. And so is everybody who's in here, but you have chosen to go the extra mile and use your Prime on the channel. Thank you very, 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 very much. Ready? And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I let people know when I'm going to do it that many times in a row. It does get noisy in here. I would recommend keeping the volume low in here at all times. This is a strawberry cup cozy. It's cotton, so it is machine washable, although I would caution against drying it on high heat lest it shrink. I would lay flat to dry. Brutus now ignores the chicken too. Oh my god. No more blasting shepherd out. Right, well, if it's acrylic and it's really hot, then you end up with melty yarn. We do have ads in 3 minutes. Here, let's use 1 snooze. We'll use 1 snooze. Okay? So type the word strawberry. You need to be in the United States, 18 and older, following the channel, and you need to fill out a form for me before I can mail this to you. All right. Maz, thank you for the 205. Let me, while you guys are still entering, while any stragglers are getting in there on entering the giveaway. Kitty's making biscuits on your blanket. Overlay 2? Why aren't you working? Oh, so is this not gonna work? Yeah, it says bits cheered equals 205. Action is overlay, images and video. Overlay endpoints, overlay 2, which is active, obviously. I wonder why it's not triggering it unless I go in and do it manually. Oh boy. I was so excited because I was like, oh my god, I can have more than one mix it up overlay for redeems, and it just isn't working. I don't know why. All right. You never know. You never know, Mike. You never know. Hey, Lotus, what's going on? I know better than to read chat while I have a big gulp of any liquid in my mouth, but I did it anyways. I chose violence. I almost spit my water out when I read this. His milkshake, his machine is broken. To all the boys, get out of the yard. Angry Baby Polar, gotta support my fellow moms. Thank you, ABP. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So US only, please. 18 and over. I will ship you this cute thing. I was just testing out patterns for things I could make for markets. Waiting for a doctor's appointment, all good. What if I was Mike's dad? That would be funny. You're loving the sunshine and looking forward to a trip to Target this afternoon. Why are you crying? Because I'm your dad? Quit your whining! I am your dad. No. She says, I am your daddy. No, wait. She says I am your dad, but then what does the Pedro Pascal one say in Amish's channel? I'm your daddy? Yeah, he says I'm your daddy, and then hers is I am your dad. Yeah, hers is exclamation point dad, and then the Pedro Pascal one. Oh, are you on the team now, Mike? I'm so behind the times. I never know anything. Did you just get accepted to Moco Locos? Thank you for the reminder, Miro. We should go ahead and do this giveaway before those ads pop up. All right, ready? 10, 9.5, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off! How many picks? Guys, make sure you give Mike a follow. He's doing some cool stuff with stickers, namely where he like transforms streamers into stickers and calls it monsterfying them, which is very cool. Lots of fun. You should check it out if you're not already. Maz! I can throw it in with your ornament! Ornaments? Plural? Will you fill out the form for me anyhow, though, please? Thank you. I appreciate you. Congratulations. To our awesome friend Swole Maz on winning this cup cozy. I'm going to make a bunch of these in different background colors. I might try to figure out how to do them as pineapples. Now, Ghost, I'm going to have to tell you, I mean, you can type whatever you want, but this is the official hashtag. I don't know who Amba is, but I don't know. Pix always tells me I give him audio-visual birth control / purge chat. Ambassador. Hey, congrats, Mike. That's awesome. The Mocos are amazing. If you're actually serious about making and selling art, and you're not just some clown that turns a camera on and then pretends to have a half an idea of what she's doing, we have ads incoming. We have 3 minutes of ads starting. Pix did. Pix congratulated you. Read the chat. Learn to read chat, Mike. Team membership revoked. Oh, you won't get them, Abide. You won't get them because you have a sub badge. You will not get the ads. You received a gift sub from Raven Blackheart.
This is a just reading stream chat. Please be
Twitter at Capo HD.
Oh no! I actually, when I first started doing non-gaming streams, Robot Wizard, funny enough, one of the ideas I had was to to do a stream where all I did was read books in the public domain. I mean, then they're adding, they add more titles every year as things. What is the criteria again? I can never remember it. There are like some exceptions or what have you. These puppy dogs probably need to go outside. I should have taken this break to go take them out. He's barking his face off, probably at nothing.
Random thoughts. Love is like a... If you had to force it, it's probably mother.
Skip that word.
I'll give you a hint. It's in my diaper, and it's not a toaster. Oh, and tell Cookie Monster not to phone me until he finishes rehab. When you poop in your dreams, you poop for real. The best advice I can give is that you
You got cut off. I'm sorry, Pix. You got cut off. You hit the limit. That was quite poetic. I'm learning my limit.
K9, read this.
Wow, you just plunked 4269 channel points down and didn't even use the fancy voices. Wow, Mike, you must be swimming in points. Not even, like, I don't need any AI. No Morgan, no pirate, no witch, no SpongeBob, no narrator, which is basically just David Attenborough. You guys are a real hoot. Yeah. A hoot and 3/4. A hoot 0.5. Maybe someone has a couple of points. Yeah, these puppies need to go outside. I know we just had ads and I should have gone then. I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. Someone's gonna leave some really big balls on my front porch and I don't want anyone running away with those balls. They're my balls. Hands off. Hands off my balls. Guns out, y'all. Yeah. Woo! I'm sorry, I'm so loud. Oh! Oh, yeah!
They're ewy.
Whoa!
Mommy, I wonder if I like some milk for you.
Oh my god. Hey dude, I like spicy stuff.
You like it? You're gonna have a yucky face.
Come on. Come on. Come on, White Wolf. Come on, White Wolf. Come on. Come on, White Wolf. Come on. Come here, little White Wolf. Come here, White Wolf. I got a treat. Yes. Yes. Okay.
Clip this.
Hello, welcome to 9.5 Kitchen, where we're going to be making the most basic ass Midwestern chili you've ever seen.
I am 9.5 and I'm called that because I'm that close to perfect. I'm tying knots without looking. What? That's what everyone thinks. It's actually because I'm missing half a digit.
Flattery will get you everywhere, super curly one.
Oh, thank you. Well, you know, I'm merely the canvas.
Oh my goodness, you look so gorgeous.
Please.
Are they doing
They're having a bit war.
Okay.
Hey, you're supposed to, you know what?
Do more bits!
No. Somebody clip that. Clip my kid going, do more bits.
I'm here a lot earlier this time to say it is subtime la 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 lo 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 lo.
Somebody just donated $1,000 to St. Jude to our campaign.
Who has committed this crime? Who did it?
Moo Moo!
Tacos. Raining tacos. It's raining tacos.
I'm not sure if you don't quite realize what you're up against asking me to throw my coffee away. They'll be ripping it from my cold, dead, wrinkled, caffeinated hands. Well, I wasn't gonna come back after today when she spilled her coffee everywhere and then peed her pants a little, but now that there's some free stickers.
Pull it. Pop it. Pull it. Twist it. Twist it. Pull it. Twist it. Pull it. Pop it. Twist it. Pull it. Pop it. Twist it. Pull it. Pull it. Twist it.
Let it turn in.
Pull it. Pop it. Pull it. Pull it.
Wow. Wow.
Oh no. I've been rickrolled. You rickrolled me. We're no strangers to no.
Oh, buddy. Oh, God. Okay, Ramona, go ahead.
Oh my goodness. A little bit more.
Yes. Yeah, the leotard could make a return. It could make a return. Certain things would have to happen for sure. Probably charity related. You know? Some things less is more. Thank you. Some things less is more. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, my God. I have so much stuff going on all the time. Why can't things just be mellow and easy? Why does there always have to be so much happening? I know. One day you'll miss all of the blah, 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 blah. No, it's definitely true. I am glad to be occupied with such things. It's just like dentist appointments and orthodontist appointments and band rehearsals and track is going to start up soon. And then I have the other job and we got all the content creation stuff and we got charity. And we're trying to run a business. We're trying to run another business. I'm like, and the animals and the housework and taxes. And it's just like, it's okay. Yeah, because like, yeah, and I need to do the gardening stuff. Well, but see, like gardening to me is like knitting or crochet or yes, this is true, Jaded Fairy. Yes. Yeah, I mean, yes, it's work. Yard work, on the other hand, like cutting the grass, weeding the flower beds, junk like that, edging the, asphalt on the driveway. Meh. But it needs to be done. Pruning back all the blackberry bushes, getting rid of the Canadian thistles, especially before they go to seed. You got to get those Canadian thistles out of there. What's up with that, Canada? Why are your thistles so aggressive? I thought everybody up there was supposed to be so nice. Hashtag blame pics. They make the machines in different sizes, Donna. It's pretty stretchy. So, like, this hat that I'm wearing, I made... Oh, hat head. I made this hat on this machine. It's pretty stretchy. Like, the kids can wear this. Like, if I really... Like, after it's been washed, I've been wearing it, so it's a bit stretched out, but... It's probably one of the reasons why Canadians is sorry so much. No, it's because y'all have like, those plants have to be tough to survive a Canadian winter. That's why. So they're very prolific because probably a lot of them don't make it. And then they end up down here where it's very ideal growing conditions and they just go bonkers. They're like, woohoo! It's not a frozen tundra. Bunch of thistles all running around in their board shorts with their margaritas. Anyway, they like to infiltrate in my backyard up in the back slope where there aren't very many, there's certainly not very many people walking through there, although there are deer, but I don't know if deer will eat the thistles. They sure as heck will eat my vegetables if given the opportunity. Many of them anyway. Oh, I'm just jokingly referring to the fact that, comparatively speaking, quite a bit of the United States would be considered tropical in comparison with a lot of Canada. Obviously, the areas that are on the border with Canada share very similar weather. But even then, for example, British Columbia is also more like temperate because it's near the coast. And then I mean, you know, if you have marine influence, that's always going to make a difference. But then, you know, the plains, you get North Dakota and Minnesota weather. Mm-hmm. My mom's from Iowa, which isn't as far north as it can get, but it's the plains. So you just have this like wind that there's nothing there to stop it. This cutting, like very biting wind. So it's not yes, it's very cold there, but on top of that, you get really bad wind chill from how much the wind can build up across the prairie and the flatlands. Where she's at, it's not that flat. It is a river valley, but I mean, there were times, man, when I would be walking in that weather, probably ill-advisedly, be like -20, -30 with the wind chill. Very cold. Fahrenheit, obviously, because, you know, America. Your area in Canada, Niagara Falls, Toronto, has missed all the snow and bad weather. You should still be buried right now, but you have grass, which means there will be snow in May again. Yeah. Probably. You guys are just, Mother Nature's just giving you a rain check. A snow check? Young Crafter's Corner, hello, friend. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? Welcome in, readers. How's it going? Thank you so much. Hi. How was your stream, Yarn Crafter's Corner? Thank you so much for raiding. I really appreciate you. What were you up to? What's going on? I'm watching you people. It's nice to see you. Welcome in, everybody. If you've never been here before, I'm...
Ooh.
Bible thump 1 shield 1 corgo 1.
Oh no, you got denied. You got denied. I'm watching you people. Thank you so much for the 25 bits. I appreciate the heck out of you. I'm doing all right. What were you up to on stream today, Yarn Crafter's Corner? Thank you so much for bringing people over. If you've never been here, I am 9.5. And I'm called that because I am missing half a finger. Oh, yay, Naughty Gnome. Thank you again. Missing half a finger on my right hand. A very bold restaurant coworker gave me this nickname many years ago. Thankfully for said coworker, I have an excellent sense of humor, and the nickname stuck, unlike the top half of my finger. If you've never been here before, we do a lot of fiber art stuff. I'm currently machine knitting a yarn blank for dyeing some yarn for a charity redemption, an auction bid, in fact, from our friend Ms. Jinx. Still respinning that skein of Lion brand on the small wheel. Awesome. I have not touched my e-spinner since my lesson with Ella. I really need to get it out. Yeah, I was just going to say, YCC, if you have time and you don't have to read and run, would you like to pick my toppers? And also, quick question, is there anyone who's new to the channel here who would like to, if you'd like me to, I can play our raid video. I'm trying to... We should also ask our raider. YCC, I have the Purple Sparkle, Mint Sparkle. I'm watching you people. Cats in Yarn, 8-Bit Hearts, Buffalo Plaid. If there's a topper that you know you like already, YCC, just name it, and I'll gladly put it on for you.
Ooh, 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 ayo.
Mint Sparkle, you got it. I'm new. What a raid video. Where's Blapple, though? Somebody get Blapple in here. No, Blapple actually probably, isn't it nighttime in Australia right now? Blapple's probably asleep. Oh, Blapple! Blapple is Black Apple Creative, who, is a moderator in here and also one of the team coordinators for Team Stream Stars. Puts on a mustache. I also happen to be new. Look, we'll just do it. We'll just do it, okay? I love this video. It's a lot of fun, and you're our first raid of the day, so we should just do it. And if you have anybody new who came with you, then they will get to see it, and then they can't say I didn't warn them about the rubber chickens and the fart noises. I'm freaking out right now. I'm fangirling.
You have no clothes on. No.
Get supported, nerd. No flipping way. You didn't do it. Thank you for the dollar bills for the kiddos. Thank you so much, everybody.
We talked about this. I mean, you can cook steak in a dryer, but do you want to? And when the fat renders off of the steak, does it create a fire hazard? I'm sorry, I'm a mother. I can't help but think about these things immediately. So this is a game to you guys, huh?
What? You're doing so hard.
There's people out here with reputations at stake.
There you have it. I love that video. But I do understand. Blapple, you know, it's definitely good-natured ribbing, but there is definitely some truth to basically, like, if we get 3 raids in a row and we're supposed to do it for every single new raid, it can get a little bit heavy on the raid video stuff. So, especially when it's someone who's brand new. Hi, AJ, how are you? It was nice to talk with you last night. I'm so sorry. I'm so inept with Discord. It was nice to talk with you, though. And I'm glad you're popping into the channel to say hello. The raid video thing is hard because I love the raid video and I want to play it every time, but I don't think that it makes sense to do it every single time. So when it's someone who's new, if you got 20 out, I mean, you know, it's not like I'm trying to sit here and be like, yeah, I just get so many raids, but like sometimes we do, especially like if it's an event stream, something special is happening, you know, we're on a raid train and people know and they want to add to the viewership, etc. Sometimes I'm streaming at a time that I don't normally stream, and so a bunch of people want to raid because they don't always have the opportunity, which is awesome. And I feel the same way. I raid people that are usually on sometimes when I'm like, hey, you're not usually on. What's going on today, AJ? How's your day going? I owe AJ a painting still. I mean, Barb. Barb owes AJ a painting as well as Booker. And we were talking last night about the weather is starting to get nicer here. And there's a really cool vantage point not far from my house where I could paint Mount St. Helens. So I could actually use a real life nature reference point or reference image. Plus, not to mention just all kinds of cool stuff around here that would be fun to paint. There's a huge park not far from here that has a bunch of really cool like wildlife and stuff. With like lakes and, well, not lakes plural. I think it's just one. There's like all these estuaries and tons of cool like birds and California sea lions and all that sort of stuff. So I think it would be fun to finally bust out the French easel that I think a very nice Optimus Pleb, C-3PO's distant cousin. It's been okay. Almost dinner time, but late lunch time frame, right? Yeah, for me it would be late lunch, but I did eat. I crammed a sandwich in my face earlier on a break. See, chat, I'm eating. I eat. I do need to eat I think I need to start eating a little bit earlier in the day and think more about my food intake beforehand, like, and kind of plan it out. An Amazon purchase, if you're not mistaken. It could have been Amazon wish list, yeah. So I have a French easel, which is like this thing that you can just like pack it up like a little briefcase, like a business chimkin, and just take all your stuff with you. And I believe it also has room inside of it for, you know, all your paints and brushes and all that good stuff. So you can take everything very portable. And so what I'd like to do is take that and a tripod and my phone and do some painting outside. This time of year is really weird. It's really nice outside right now. It's like 50 degrees and sunny, which I know that's not very warm, but 50 degrees is nice for February in Oregon. But we have these like this 2-week period around this time of the year where it's nice out and the sun's out and crocuses start blooming. And I saw some daffodils that are already getting ready to bloom. And then we have crummy as heck weather all through March and April. This is our first false spring, and then we get another one in May. And then it gets cold again in May and June. And then it's not till like mid-July that you can count on like hot, sunny weather consistently. But that's okay. I love where I live. It's beautiful here. Very green. We don't get a ton of snow and freezing temperatures. We don't also usually get like anything over about 90, 95 in the summertime is unusual. It's more like 80s typically for summer. You know this feeling. You grew up in Montana. Yeah. Montana probably has even bigger, like wider extremes depending on where you're at. My mom's friend, I grew up visiting Ronan, Jaded Fairy. She lived on the reservation in Ronan with her husband and their kids for a while. But now she lives in Missoula. Right now it's full spring. Yeah, exactly. It warms up kind of, and like a bunch of plants start coming out. Wisconsin, you get early winter, midwinter, late winter, and construction. Oh no. You gonna get some food? All right. Okay, Ghost. Sounds good. One thing about having Finn home is I'm not gonna have to lock the puppies up. And they've also been able to be out because he's upstairs and he can help supervise them. All right, we're gonna need another skein here real quickly. Well, I'm glad you guys are all in here today. I am tired, but like I said, it was worth it last night because I needed the I needed just the like blowing off steam, which I don't do late at night all that often anymore with video games, but I used to. After I started playing Fortnite, that's what I would do when I got off work. I would go home, hop on the PlayStation, I had a few people I played with very regularly, including Jan, who comes in here every once in a while and does a Prime resub. Jan's resub is in the clips where it goes, it is Prime resub time or whatever he says, and he's like, la 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 la. So I've been playing Fortnite for as long since before that person could drink alcohol, which is weird. But they all call me mom, you know? And I think it's good for people in that age range to have adults in their lives, whether it's like an aunt or an uncle or a family friend or someone they meet through like gaming or whatever, who they can talk to about their lives and ask for advice, but it's not their parents because, you know, some people are really lucky and they have parents who they feel like they can talk to. Yeah. Gamer Madre. He would call me Madre Gamer.
Mama.
Mama. What's up, Smackdis? How you doing?
Mama, 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 mama.
Can we have a fancy shout out for Smackdis, please? When you look like a baby, you know, it triggers all of my parenting stuff, but then I'm also very disturbed because it's just very weird looking, very cursed. I'm like, it's a baby. We should take care of it, but it's also probably of the devil.
What the heck?
Exactly.
Why the heck? When the heck? Where the heck? Who the heck? How?
I mean, I didn't say that, Smackdis. No, we all need that someone to treat us with that like nice nurturing, and also sometimes like the no nonsense, like knock that off. Because, you know, they would talk about this, that, the other thing, something they were doing that was like risky, and I'd be like, you know, that's bad for you, right? And they'd be like, Mom. I'm like, well, I'm not trying to like just like ruin your good time, but just saying. Yeah, But at the same time, you know, like I definitely would try to treat them like, hey, look, you're adults legally, and and I can't actually tell you what to do with your life. But you know, just having someone to listen who has some life experience and who might be willing to share some of their stuff, you know. In fact, the one kid, Preston, he asked me one time, he's like, what advice would you give to people my age right now? And you know, the first thing that came to mind for me was, I said, avoid commercial and student loan debt as much as you possibly can. Do not saddle yourself with that debt, especially not so early in your life before you know what kind of finances you're going to have later in life. Do the best you can not to incur any debt. It seems like it's no big deal. I'll pay it off, blah, 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 blah. Do not enter into any kind of interest-bearing credit agreement unless it is like super necessary. And this goes for like financial aid stuff. They'll offer you more than you might actually need. And you need to consider whether or not, and I believe with a lot of financial aid, you can choose to accept only a portion of the award. You don't have to take the whole thing, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah. Mine's not quite that high, but it's pretty big. Yep. Government loans. Yeah, I don't know about private loans, but yes, the ones that are issued through the United States government anyways. I can't speak to other countries. But like if you go through the FAFSA application and they're offering you like the federal loans, what is it? The Robert, I can't remember the rest of it. Like you don't already know the answer to that question, Smackdis. Shouldn't they be? You know? What a world would that... Imagine if we lived in that world. Are you really? I thought you were from the U.S. Oh, God, no. If you're lucky, you get a consolidation loan and you get like maybe a 3% interest rate if you're lucky. If you're lucky. You consolidate when interest rates are low and you're fine. Or you can reconsolidate. Otherwise, oh my God, that's the problem. There was a woman who was like freaking out about it on her socials. She's like, I have been paying for however many years, 20 years. But we're talking about student loans specifically, Ian. 14 to 28% for student loans? Watching 9 grants plus 10 luck and plus 20 charisma, just saying. Yeah. Private student loans, yeah. So if you consolidate, it can help. But, you know, for example, let's say that you can't make payments for a while. That's what it is you're ending up paying the interest and barely any of the principal. And so you're just not even touching the principal if you're paying the minimum. Just like credit cards. And, you know, like people end up having to choose, like, do I pay my student loans? Or like, that's why like all the millennials are like, yeah, I'm never going to be able to buy a house. Your daughter's paying 11% on private student loans and you feel like you got lucky with that rate. That's just, you're a private. Anyone else ever get their yarn stuck on their keyboard? Just me? Yeah, it doesn't even begin to touch. It's like the whole reason that I didn't go to New York University to go study acting, to be able to go to conservatory, the whole reason was because I was offered, I think, yearly tuition fees and books in 1997 at NYU was something like $35,000, and they offered me $6,000 in financial aid. The rest of it would have had to be private loans per year. That would have been... And there's no way that my folks would have gotten approved for that amount anyways. Absolutely no way. Neither myself nor my parents would have been approved for a loan that high based on anybody's income and assets and all that stuff. So $100,000 if they would have approved them for me to walk out of undergraduate school as an actress. So you can see why I chose to go to USC, where they gave me a ton of private grants. It wasn't my first choice school. I didn't like Los Angeles, but this is a really good option too, what Ian just said. If you have young people in your life, or if you yourself are thinking about going back to school, getting a second degree, finishing your degree, look into whether or not your local community colleges work with other, especially if you're going to go somewhere close by and do in-person stuff. I mean, you could still do some online classes, but like, for example, PCC, which is Portland Community College, works very closely with Portland State University, and people can go their first 2 years to PCC and be like most of the way done, if not like even more than halfway done with their degree by the time they get to PSU. They graduate from PSU, they get the same quality education. I've even had friends tell me they thought their professors from the community college were better. When you went to college the first time, your parents' income meant you were only able to get $770 approved due to their income for student loans, and the rest was on you. Oh my God. And the problem with that is, Pix, like maybe some people's parents aren't willing to spend that kind of money on education for their kids, unfortunately. I'm not saying yours were or weren't, but like one thing I've run into is I've known people who had parents whose income had to be factored, who then refused to help their child pay for school. and said, no, you have to pay for it. And the kid is like, well, I can't even get loans because they're taking, or grants or work study or any other kind of financial aid because they're saying that you have the money. So that's a really tough position to be in. You want a bachelor's, start at the community college to get as many credits as you can and move up to the partnering university. Absolutely not, Smacktus. I had big stars in my eyes when I found out I could have gone to the Tisch School at NYU and studied at the Stella Adler Conservatory. I was over the moon. But as soon as I found out that that was the kind of money I was going to have to shell out in order to walk out of there with a degree in acting, I was like, nah, I can't. Private school for your eldest with severe ADHD, and it's more than college a year. I know. I'm sorry, kittens. I'm so sorry. Dueling, yeah, this is a blank for Ms. Jinx. I'm cranking blanks for Ms. Jinx. I probably could do this a lot faster with a drill, but I kind of like it. I kind of like it. It's like already way faster than hand knitting. You read a story from someone who literally made it their job to apply for scholarships and paid for school that way. Yep. So many people don't realize how many different types of scholarships are out there. This is true, but there's also a lot of competition for some of them. That assumed your parents were even able to pay for your school. How they viewed parent income was just awful. Like, they're going to drop everything to pay for your schooling. Right. And then, so like, they pay for your schooling and then they have no retirement income or no retirement money saved up. So then when you get out of school, even if they helped you pay for school and now you don't have loan debt, then you have to take your income and help them because they don't have any money because they paid for your college. It's just, you know, it's this constant cycle. You can appeal that your parents aren't going to help you at all. A lot of people don't know that. DK, wait, Dueling Needles. You got into your first choice. Program was #1 in the country at the time, but you went to a small school in the middle of nowhere for financial reasons, since you wouldn't have gotten much financial aid at all. And this smaller school offered you decent scholarships. I didn't want anything to do with Hollywood per se. I mean, you know, I've always said, like, hey, when I was living in Los Angeles, if somebody had walked up to me and been like, hey, yeah, we like you. You're the one. How about a couple million smackaroonies and we'll put you in a couple of movies and you'll have a contract, but then you'll be done after like 3 years. I'd be like, sure. When do I start? Like, as long as it wasn't something that like deeply compromised my morals or my ethics, right? And that's what I saw there, was that's what it took to get ahead in that industry there. That the chances of somebody just walking up to you on the street and being like, you're the one. You know, this fairy tale we have of Hollywood, which wasn't why I was there anyway, but the fairy tale we have of like, oh yeah, you just get discovered walking down Hollywood Boulevard. No, that's not how it works. For like 999,999 people out of 1 million, which is a really long way of saying 1 in 1 million people it might happen to. You don't know when it started, but when you went to school, you had to do it because your parents couldn't afford to pay anything, but they made enough that it affected it. Right. So you can, but that's a lot of hoops to jump through, right? And a lot of people don't know about that. And they just fill out the regular application and then they just do, you know, they don't know how to fight for themselves, advocate for themselves. You applied, she applied for hundreds of scholarships over the course of her time in college because of that. That was also a few decades ago, so you're sure there's even more competition for them now. And also some of them may not be as well funded or may have ceased to exist because, you know, a lot of that stuff is unfortunately, again, it's dependent on, like, say someone new takes over, a new CEO takes over and they decide they're going to cut stuff like that, or... but you know, there are resources and opportunities available for people. And also one thing I want to make sure to drive home with my children is like, yeah, absolutely. University level, you know, academics, going to school. Yeah. Yeah, right. It does kind of look like a pie crust. University level study, you know, so what is that? Post-secondary, right? College, university, whatever you want to call it, because I know it's called different things in different countries. Absolutely should be an opportunity for anyone who wants to pursue it. but it shouldn't be painted as a requirement. And there's lots of people who would be just as happy going to trade school or just going out and finding a job and kind of existing in the world as an adult for a while before they settle themselves with being a career student for 4 years. You know? Work study is also a very good way to help and get work experience at the same time. Yes, I had work study. Trades often have better pay and less initial costs too. Yes. Not to mention, like, we need qualified plumbers. We need carpenters. We need electricians. We need people who can build and repair things. A lot of that stuff is becoming more and more automated. But we still need human beings to do those jobs. You could go learn to be a welder for like $2K and come out making like $60K a year base. Not to mention a lot of those trades have unions and you'll end up with union benefits, union insurance, job security. It's hard work. It's physical. It can be dangerous. But yeah. And just the same way, like somebody who, wants to learn to code should have that opportunity. Somebody who, goes to a school that's underserved but has an interest in like biochemical engineering should have the opportunity to study it. BRB asking your dad. Yeah, right. You really love being an electrician. I have known many people who have done things like be an electrician, carpenter, plumber, and like would also happen to be some of the best, most like well-read people I've ever known, and had like incredible vocabulary and love artsy fartsy stuff. You want to try knitting? Can anyone point you in the right direction? Butters, welcome in. Thank you for your first time chat, and you will find nothing but encouragement in this corner of the platform. I will tell you that.
I be one-eye mooty.
Not counting foreman's pay. Yeah, or if you become a journeyman. I would say, first of all, you need to follow that person that just made me hydrate. If you want to try knitting, consider crochet the shade. More like crocheted. Am I right? Dang. Pic's out here trying to like divide all of us up. Crocheted for life. Did I just coin a new term? Zach, are you a new Team Moco Loco member too? Throw in crocheted. No, Butters, I would recommend... Hey, thank you so much. I would, thank you for the follow. I would recommend... You could try Skillshare. And there is a free trial. Now listen, I'm not just trying to sell you something here, because I'm not even sure if I'm getting any affiliate payments from them. Okay? But you can try it free for 1 month if you use that link. I don't even know. They haven't emailed me in forever. I tried to email them. I don't know what's going on. Fine. But it is a valuable resource, right? So there's Skillshare. But you can also just look stuff up on like YouTube, look up tutorials. Do you already practice any other fiber arts? Or would knitting be your first? That would be my first question. Because there's different styles of knitting. And personally, as a crocheter, I would recommend Continental. But that's just... You do fiber optics. Anyone do fiber supplements? First one, trying to figure out a creative outlet. I would say my personal preference is for continental style knitting. You love lasers. Lasers are for lovers. Butters, I would try continental maybe. the reason being, so this is a knitting machine and these are great. Did someone say laser? Also, I'm so excited for those bucket hats, kittens. I meant to say that to you right when you first came in. I made a mental note and then it went. Yeah. So there's different terms and there's lots of different styles of knitting and you just kind of have to play around and find what works for you. Yes. We were talking about how that's an acronym, Biryan, and somebody didn't know that. Yeet! Pigs Daddy for Ambazaddy. You want to make a beanie that fits your oddly shaped head. These make beanies real easily. I made this beanie with this machine. I've also hand knit dozens and dozens and dozens of beanies. I would try Continental only because but to do a beanie, there are patterns for knitting a beanie flat and then sewing up the seam to make it into a hat. You can totally do that. That is a thing. However, the better way for it to be nice and fitted to your head is to learn to knit in the round. But that does involve usually using either double pointed needles, which some people find very clunky and hard to work with, or using a circular needle, which looks like this. It's a cable with 2 needles at either end. And that way you can keep working around in a circle over and over and over again without having to use the double pointed needles, which I actually kind of like for socks personally. But these would probably be easiest for a beginner who's learning to work in the round. But first, I would encourage you to learn to work back and forth on a flat piece. So the number one project I would probably teach you with knitting would be, and you can use these to knit back and forth, but and they're more compact. The ones you think of when you think of knitting, the straight needles with the little ball at the end, those are kind of obnoxious, actually. They're kind of clunky. I don't mind the little tiny double points, but I don't like the long straight needles at all. I much prefer these even for back and forth flat knitting. I would learn to make a washcloth. I would learn to make a garter stitch washcloth. I would look up beginner knitting garter stitch washcloth or something like that. Those are weird chopsticks. Hey, you know what? That's actually a really smart idea. Chopsticks should have a cable between them so you can't lose one of them. If you want to try knitting, consider taking courses in witchcraft and sorcery. Training chopsticks, yeah, like they do for the kids at the sushi restaurant we like to go to in Portland, where they'll like tie them together with like rubber bands and stuff. Yeah, Butters, I would look up like easy beginner, you know. I have an actual physical book that has a couple of dishcloth patterns in it. Yeah, if you join our Discord, Butters, there's so many people who would be more than happy to help you. We do have a lot of people who knit in here. I am primarily a crocheter on the platform, but I have I learned to crochet when I was 7, and in my 20s, I started going to this local yarn shop, and I was like, oh my gosh, look at all this beautiful yarn, and I didn't even know this kind of stuff existed. I knew nothing about like merino wool or any of that. And I noticed that most of the patterns and all the stuff was very knitter-centric. It was very, like, focused on knitters, knitting patterns, notions, etc. And I said, okay, fine. I'll learn how to knit. Can't gatekeep me from these crafts. I'll do it. And I taught myself to knit with photos and words, not videos, because I'm old. I taught myself to knit with photographs and written instructions. You're getting very sleepy. Look into the knitted wool. It's taking a dry washcloth in the stock pot. I mean, if you're gonna dye it, you would put it in a pot, maybe. So now what I'm doing right now is I am machine knitting these into a tube, this yarn into a tube, because my friend wants me to dye it like this with my daughter with food coloring of all things. So if you're using wool, alpaca, other animal fibers, You can dye them at home using food coloring, just like you find in the baking aisle, like you use for coloring your frosting, etc. You can use food coloring and vinegar or citric acid powder. You need an acid to fix the pigment to the fiber, to help get the pigment into the fiber, and then the heat fixes it to it. Ship I have in eSpinner, and I have dabbled.
This is a nerd alert.
I'm watching you people would like us to shout out DJ Triple J is an awesome DJ who plays a plethora of genres, including Chicago and Baltimore house and club music, gospel house, R&B, etc. Great vibes, lovely mods, wonderful community. DJ streams on this platform are so much fun. We have several DJ friends. Please, everybody, give DJ Triple J a follow. Thank you. I'm watching you people. You're the first person to use that redeem in quite a while. And the voice in that redeem is our awesome friend Mora Moore, who also deserves a little, maybe the SO shouty. You're just curious if I could spin wool from a pet. People have done it. Absolutely, Ship. Or needle felting it. Do you spin hair into wool? And do you live in a tower? Nay. I'm in the basement, actually. More like a dungeon. I jokingly call this my mommy dungeon, but then I realize that that is inviting people probably to make inappropriate comments. PG-13-ish, people. PG-13. Hopefully it doesn't rain a lot. Oh, no, I live in the Pacific Northwest. It rains a lot. Hi, RC. RC's like, well, then. Mental note, how to drag everyone out of lurk in Twitch chat. Just talk about mommy dungeons. There were a lot of basements on TV lately, underwater. Oh, or descended. Oh my. In before ooh woo, ayo. See, that's where you guys are supposed to use it, right? But no. Some of you, that's how you come in here. That's how you say hello. You're like, I know. I'm not going to talk first. I'm just going to go. Ooh, ayo. $33 Thirsty Thundering Thoroughbreds thumped Mr. Thurber on Thursday. 33 Thirsty Thundering Thoroughbreds thumped Mr. Thurber on Thursday. 33 Thirsty Thundering Thoroughbreds thumped Mr. Thurber on Thursday. I messed it up once. 33 Thirsty Thundering Thoroughbreds thumped Mr. Thurber on Thursday. 33 Thirsty Thundering Thoroughbreds thumped Mr. Thurber on Thursday. 33. I could keep going. I mean, that was a valiant effort. It did mess me up once. 33 Thirsty Thundering Thoroughbreds thumped Mr. Thurber on the Thursday. Color me impressed. I didn't know that was a color.
Chicken attack.
I am deceased, sir. Confirmed this is how I say. Ayo. Anyhoozle. No, they put it as a redeem. 33 Thirsty Thundering Thoroughbreds thumped Mr. Thurber on Thursday. You think that statement would have made your eyes stutter before your voice did? Bring out the CPR kit. Listen, remember the student loan debt? You remember that? Do you remember? Chat, do you remember do you remember? Do you remember the student loan debt? We were talking about the debt, the massive, crushing debt that I cry salty tears if I actually pay it and don't call them and go like, here's my income. Can you please help? And they say, yeah, you probably shouldn't be paying us right now. But like, I'm like, but if I never pay you, then it just never goes anywhere. And it's just sitting there accruing interest. And then the interest is capitalizing. Actually, to that, to that effect, if any of you do have loans, please look into the one-time, if you've ever been on IDR, which is income-driven repayment for United States student loan borrowers. If you've ever been on IDR, there is some forgiveness that they are going to have to, like they're being told they have to, like, but you have to consolidate through the federal government. Cue the J.G. Wentworth commercial. You need to talk to your loan. They should be letting you know about it. Navient let me know that if I reconsolidated my student loans, you think you have to April 30th to apply to reconsolidate your loans to the federal government. And then they'll be issuing a one-time adjustment, and you may end up a lot closer to forgiveness, depending on your situation. And then I think this can also still count for your public service loan forgiveness program. Long-term payments and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now. Anyway. Don't do that, though. I think, I don't know how those work. Nobody will that saw it growing up or any of that. It's the same as, like, all those, like the ShamWow commercials, there was all those ones that were like the CDs that were like greatest hits of the 90s, all that stuff. Parquet. I don't know if they're actually helpful. I just like the jingle. Yep. I cannot believe this is not butter. No! My yarn is getting stuck on my keyboard. It's fine. What time is it? 2 o'clock. I do not have to hop off right this second, mods, just in case you're wondering, but I should probably wrap it up pretty quickly here. So would you mind turning off raids? I watched it happen last night. Astro's in the middle of saying goodbye to everybody. And to each their own. Some people are like, that's fine. If I get raided right at the end, it's no big deal. But Astro was like, I really have to go. I'm so tired. It's as long as I've streamed in a really long time and all this stuff. And then Amish raids him with 153 people. Like while he's trying to end. Oh man, poor Tom.
It's my money and I want it now.
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 I spent my money on the trolley and bought a ticket to the cinema, so my money is gone, but I do want it back now.
And then he took us to Mojo Jojo, and all I'm gonna say, and then Amish is like, I can already read your mind, chat. No banana hammock. Oh my god. The green, wow. And I'm in there and I'm like, I didn't know this was a baking stream. It's a cartoon avatar, people. It's a cartoon avatar. But like, I was like, just put it on over the He-Man suit. So then I had to go and unlock this again because I still have enough channel points. Don't ask me why I have channel points in Amaranth's channel. It may have been a pastime of mine at one point to watch her smack trolls. It's fine. Anyways. Redeem. Amish was like, why is Astro on? Let's raid him. And then started his 15 to 20 minute exit spiel and then an ad. Oh, we'll wait. And then you're like, Ace, he's doing his exit spiel.
Another one.
No!
Robot Wizard 122 gifted a tier 1 sub to Not on the Love.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's too funny. Well, yeah, I mean, that's one reason too why I really try very hard to like decide and raid as quickly as possible is because you do start losing people, and it's nice to try and raid with, I will say thank you to those of you that stick with us for raids. It is helpful. Not only thank you Robot Wizard for, speaking of thanking people, I appreciate you. Thanks for the gift sub to Not Amaranth. I wonder how many troll gift subs Not Amaranth. I bet you Not Amaranth has a really nice emote selection. Like, I wouldn't do it except, I hate someone raiding in and having to be like, oh, I'm sorry. We are, we're about to raid out. Did one of you try to do it? Because it didn't show up on my side, so I just pressed the button. So you taught him how to block raids for that reason. I mean, and it's okay. It's okay. It's fine, right? When you don't have somewhere to be, but especially on the days that I have to leave here and go do something else at a specific time. Weird. Oh, you taught Kim. Not him. Kim. Yeah, it says that we have raids turned off. And you can turn that on. You can do the stop raids thing and then disable it again if you decide for some reason you're staying on, right? Like maybe your appointment gets canceled and you've already turned off reads. You can, yeah, it's right on my dashboard. Yes, because I want to give those people who raid us time to tell us what they were doing. I want to introduce myself to the readers, and I don't like reading out immediately after if I can help it. Obviously, like, it's not a big deal if I have to, but, like, and I know, like, meaning I know that the raiding party understands, but it's not like I'm offending anyone, but it's not ideal. And if there's a tool that can keep somebody from choosing me as a raid target for about 10 to 15 minutes at the end of a stream, you know? Did you try to raid me, Miro? None of you can fake raid me right now. Get wrecked. Honestly, we have had problems occasionally here and there with people raiding us with one viewer, and it turns out, not that that's a problem in and of itself. Please don't get it wrong. Don't get me wrong. But then it turns out they weren't streaming. And it's not a friendly troll raid. It's not like, ha, 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 I'm raiding you. And I know you, and I know that you know that I wasn't live. It's like, I want a shout out and to see if I can get some followers, but I'm not going to do the work of broadcasting. Not even for a little while. Very bad etiquette.
another one.
Thank you for the sub.
Sugar Daddy on Wheels gifted a tier 1 sub to Get Rated Nerd. They have given 3 gift subs in the chat.
Thank you very much, Sugar Daddy. No, you guys, no! You cannot start a hype train. Please. I beg of you. I'm literally like 2 minutes. You're like, oh, we can't raid? Well, then we'll start a hype train. Yep. Yep.
This is not a train.
Oh my
It's a
God.
live it's on fire.
Ha! Ha! Karma, Ian. You got robbed. You got robbed, dude. Good train beginning sound, though. True. Goat screaming. Not that anyone who's in here would know anything about that. 75% of level 1. Oh, wow. Today is not your day, Ian. You're impressed how twice you've been part of a raid where 2 streamers raided each other. Oh my God. No matter what happens right now, I have to raid out and be done by 2:15. So you guys can riot in an empty channel for all I care. Watch out, this does get very loud. Not that the rest of this stream is like quiet or anything.
Call JD Wentworth. 867 cash now.
Thank you, Robot Wizard. Oh man, I snorted. What? Yeah. Thank you guys very much. Oh, Mirror. Hello, Mirror. How are you, friend? All right, now. That's a good emote combo, Smackness. All right. You're at 22% of level 2. If you guys do enough to do a onesie, we will start the next stream with a onesie poll. Because I can't. It's already 2:10. We have 5 minutes. Not that I'm asking for a Shinkansen. I'm just saying you have 5 minutes. That's it. No, I'm not going to theater wearing a onesie, Ian, even though they would probably all be like, actually, I have one student who literally cosplays every day of her life. I love her so much. When I sent them a message yesterday saying everybody was sick and I was canceling drama, she asked me if I needed anything. Because she's a senior and she can drive. I was like, oh my God, no, I'm fine. Thank you so much. Dude, the theater kids are the best kids. I'm sorry. It's fact. She's such a sweetie. And she really, like, puts thought into her outfits. I tell her all the time, I'm like, you look fabulous today. I really hope the other teachers don't ever give her a hard time about that. Because her clothing is not inappropriate. Ayo. And she like, really, like, does. She has, like, different headbands and all this stuff. I was like, do you make these cosplays, these costumes? Do you make your clothing? She's like, no, mostly I buy it all, but I've thought about it. I was like, I think you should. That sounds about right, Ian. That sounds about right. Oh, yeah. They want to use a smoke machine. And I had to ask administration if we had permission to use a smoke machine. I'm like, what is this? What is this? Pink Floyd laser show? Like, what are we doing? You think it was a smoke machine like 3 at the time. You had 5 fires a week. I'm telling you. Theater kids, man. Bunch of devil children. I love them. 22% of level 2. 3 minutes. I know that the clock for the hype train only says 1 minute, but I'm saying I have to go in 3 minutes. Let it die. Thank you so much. Thank you for starting a hype train. You guys are amazing. I appreciate all of your support, whether there's a hype train or not. And you guys are awesome, and we're very close to YouTube partner. See that YouTube link right there in the chat? Wow, what a coincidence. We're getting there. We're like 1,000 watch hours according to the analytics. 94YT partnered. And 445 subscribers last time I checked. All right. Getting the watch hours is the hardest part, and I need to be more consistent in uploading. Thank you guys for the hype train. Thank you so much. I need to be more consistent in uploading content that isn't just VODs. But I am doing that because it keeps the channel active in some way, right? So I've been scheduling, and I'm trying to get caught up uploading VODs from Twitch. I might start doing 2 a day to get caught up, and then I'm only going to leave archives up for like maybe a week on Twitch before VODs up on Twitch for a week, and then I'm going to archive them to YouTube. And that way, if anybody does want to watch back any further than a week, they'll have to go over to YouTube. I could turn off VODs here, but the problem with that is, and I'm not sure if this would affect me very much, if you are applying for anything to do with your content, and companies or individuals from platforms or whatever cannot go look at your VODs if they are subscriber only or you have them turned off, they have no way to see what your content is like and whether or not you'd be a good fit. Unless you happen to have like some good highlights and other things up. You wouldn't turn off VODs on Twitch. Yeah, I'm not going to turn them off, but I might move them over and delete them a little sooner than the full like 90 days or whatever it is. Tell them to subscribe. Yeah, sure. Just give every one of them a lifetime gifted sub. Oh wait. Much better. Yeah, for sure. All right. So, I think that I just saw, I'm going to double check. I think that I just saw a friend who has something to celebrate today go live shortly after they were in here to say hello. And I would really love to take you over and have you guys congratulate our new Team Moco Loco teammate and my really good friend for a very long time here on Twitch, Zakayla, who today is doing Trunks from DBZ. We got several new teammates on Team Moco Loco today, including Mike from Canvas Monsters. Zakayla, I'm not sure who all the other ones are, but if you're on Moco Loco, I guess they announced some new teammates today, which is awesome. And I've known Zach forever. Like, pretty much maybe 2 or 3 months after I started doing creative is when Zach started doing creative. So she's been on the platform for a long time. She's a really talented crafter. She's super friendly. Her community is very kind and welcoming. So let's head over there. Thank you guys for everything today. I really appreciate you. Mirror, I'm winding these blanks for Ms. Jinx. Crankin blanks for Ms. Jinx. But I'm also planning on doing yours at the same time, maybe? Perhaps? We need to talk a little bit more, I think. You've kind of said, like, do what you want, but I don't know. I'm interested in, you said maybe sparkly, right? Sparkly yarn. Which is fun. You could also do 2 plain and 2 sparkle, whatever you want. Whatever, anything for you, Mirror. Yeah, please do stay with us for the read. You get 250 poultry points in the channel, which you can use to make fart noises whenever someone does random sound and it's a long song. Like the farting last night. Sure, no problem. But I just, you know, I do care about what you want. Thank you, Mickey. Thank you so much. And thank you guys very much for always all your enthusiasm and being here and spending time in the channel. Please do something nice for yourselves between now and the next time that I see you. It's so important. You need self-care. That was what last night was all about for me. I know it might seem backwards, but I had a blast. No pun intended. And mods, that goes double for you. We love you, mods. Thank you for everything you do for us. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you. It'll be Valentine's Day, a shorter stream, but excited to see you tomorrow. As always, bye. I love you. Bye.